Well, I do. But
Oh, the lights are going off because.
no, I will now.
They get lower.
They're lighting.
They get lower, I'll be like that.
I don't know, just like voice check, temperature of the room, do you guys prefer this slightly dimmer lighting?
Yes.
Or the brighter
Yeah,
lighting?
but I'm going I'm gonna be honest with you, we're
Okay.
maybe not.
So we're gonna make it brighter.
Oh, cool.
We're gonna make it brighter.
Cool. I don't know if I have that power.
Is that brighter?
Can we turn off the lights on, please?
That,
There, we don't need to go any brighter than that.
oh, so that's bright as it gets actually.
Oh,
If it gets.
well then we really don't need it.
Now, well, now these are on, so it just got a little bit brighter, but. Yeah.
You, okay. Oh my god, I should leave this the tea. No.
Yeah.
Hey guys,
Wait.
guess what? Guess who that is right there? You. Oh, that's me. And guess what? There are 3 pictures like that. I'm sure it's not very plants. He literally said he was gonna score a goal this weekend. I'm like, oh. And I'm like, okay, I'll go.
I responded to you.
Right.
I asked you that I use that form, the form, that she is the only organization that I have that.
Okay, yeah.
The presence of Zoom.
No, definitely could have kept on going. Yeah, no, I didn't get it first because I've been asking like to be and stuff, like I don't want to stress it anymore. And I was like.
the worst coach.
So all of them, all the vendors should.
I can't see it. And I sent him the screenshot of
I think that it might be a misunderstanding, but it should be anyone who is a senator is able to. And senator will apply.
Their skill levels.
He's like 70 his staff. I'm just like, but I know how to do it. I just need to.
Just be like, just
I can do it. Like, how can be it? No, literally, no, literally, I'm sorry. But thanks so much. It's like, yeah, at least like
Read poetry.
yeah.
Ask your rights. Read 2 books.
There are so many ways to do it. That's so funny. Why are we listening to poetry?
No, just for them.
Oh.
No way. I think it's probably this.
Oh, no, you're good. I can't figure
Kyra, I'm sitting down there. You want to join? And Eva. Yeah, I'm sitting first row.
You have to sit right here all night. And if you lose
Everybody was saying somebody. I already got
Oh my
kicked out of the row. I was
God.
gonna
I
sit.
was driving by the door earlier this week and I started like laughing.
He's on the side eye.
You're like that stupid like shuttle bus driver situation where you're like,
My savior.
you're like stranger teacher.
I would have been in your 117. I've been on my spot. That's literally those crazy. It's been a long time. Good. I like that movie a lot.
I don't know why. I just like once my husband and then I in my car.
I had a Zoom meeting today. I didn't have like it. So here,
One of you would also be in a very tight character.
Yeah.
And then the other.
All of them are tight.
You'll laugh. You'll
It's just not words.
I know, I can't find, it's like quiche.
On Pluto, it's not, it's definitely like.
It doesn't fit your hard jar.
There's a slightly loose on it, so it's not very nice, but it's very that much.
I need to go to the bathroom before we start, I guess. Like, let's get going.
Yeah.
So.
I mean, what have you done?
I know. I know, I only have 7 people there to be like.
Okay.
I understand.
Yeah, I will make you a new one. I realize I need to actually laminate emojis, cause I didn't get around to that.
But interview, that's.
So I will, 2 weeks it will be here.
No rush, no rush.
I'm good. I'm good. Oh, I know, I'm shitting over it, like, I really can't focus on anything else. I go to bed, and I love every time I get actual FBI, and I'm just like, I love like everything.
I haven't been there for my class like you. I have a class before this.
Ideally, yes.
That's it.
I don't feel like that's actually.
That's the only thing. That's scholarship required.
I'm not gonna bring the baby to Senate.
So run the baby.
Crying the entire time. I know.
You can give it to me.
Me too. Oh, okay, I'll keep that in mind.
I can change the side with all that.
Oh, okay, yeah, while you're.
No, I thought about that too. Family, I'm like that. You're right.
Either,
Maybe I really.
was there a board with your manager? We were kind of nervous on that.
Honestly, honestly, it does.
Maybe not sorry.
The sky is wrong.
That's not an action.
Yeah, always. You get the
If I was the situation.
I don't know. How are you driving?
So now I gotta hear it like-
Oh, well, we're not gonna get something. Okay, over to Keith's first, and then I have to go first. Start calling around to the first.
You're right. Yes. Like, I just wake up. Just like the whole way my hair looks.
I feel like I'll actually be pretty calm. I think I'll really excited.
They make you walk.
It's possible.
It's like two. watch list already. I love your, and I'm like, that's
No, but I've been so careful, but like everything I've been liking, everything I've been looking up, like everything I've been. Like everything, like I said, just like. I mean, that's why it's so stupid, because until next. Or like maybe a long time, taking a long time to like. Yep. Not within the last year, not even if it was.
What's that?
Oh.
Well, you don't like that. You wanna give away a taco? What do you wanna give away? Nah, we're not hungry, but.
I'm very definitely would. Any drugs. Cheeks fall.
No, I know it's
You're doing it, stuff, I can try. I didn't check that.
I said, they're cute.
Yeah.
I think I just. ISS.
It's almost like
So I would do updates.
leaving.
Oh,
I like you miss these.
Like, so I found that out after I was like, you read it one by one. Yeah. So I was like, I hope that works.
Well, I made hundreds of versions, so. It's just because I'm a student. Like. Keep it on all the time. Making me
Keep it on blast.
earn 10 wages, then you.
I was really good about it. I should
20 of them.
I'm just getting a bunch of stuff today.
I do not want to go back. It's so boring that you have to sit there. and just wait.
If you any of that, if you.
Not like, it has to be like. Like, no,
Buying.
like,
No, I also had this just from you, I'm sorry, my video company.
you know.
Here, I don't need information.
Secret stuff.
I also. Yeah. Yeah, like we were just talking, because we did the ancestry.com thing, and there was a bunch of people in our family that we thought.
I'm no, I forgot the digital.
You didn't know the answers. Yeah, I assume.
Yeah, well.
Okay, you include or not. 1 million. And I know that like, oh my God, frankly. Which one? Does it have other? Yes, exactly. I wasn't the original question.
In my email. Yeah, it should.
Yeah. People were working
Hey, the keys. I can you real quick.
All right, hello, everybody. Welcome to today's meeting. We got some stuff on the agenda and some amendments and all that other stuff. So let's go to roll call.
Regent
Happy to take this.
Toro.
Here.
Yeah, I'm here.
I'm also here. Director Carnavale here. Director Adidam here. Director Say. Director Ramirez.
Here.
Director Zahid. Director Jett. Senator Ernest. Senator Fernandez Arazo. Senator Gomez.
Here.
Senator Moore. Here. Senator Berkeley. Here. Senator Herzog Harding. Here. Senator Horbach. Senator Mai.
Here.
Senator Bugenhagen.
Here.
Senator Bowman. Here.
Senator.
Senator Piper. Here. Senator Warren. Here. Senator Hardy. Here. Senator Coleman.
Here.
Senator Chaudhary. Senator Murray.
Here.
FYLC Ambassador Benitez.
Here.
FYLC Ambassador Rangel. Here. QTS Ambassador Kennel. WDC Ambassador Abbott. WDC Ambassador Dyson.
All right. Moving on to the approval of the agenda, I'm aware we did some amendments. Yeah, Director Ramirez.
Yes, Senator, the student board, we just need more time when considering who's gonna be.
Senator Byrne.
I vote to amend the agenda to remove the appointment pursuant for Sarah last.
All right, we got a motion to do that. Is there a second? Seconded by Senator Moore. All those in favor, please raise your placards. All those opposed. All right, single chair is removed. Senator. Yeah, Senator Moore.
I motion to amend the agenda to add SR 23-24-033 to the agenda before SR 23-24-030.
Okay, so be at the beginning
Yes.
there. All right, is there a second on that motion? Seconded by Senator Fernandez Arazo. All right, all those in favor of adding that to the agenda, please raise your placards. All right, all those opposed? All right, I've got it. What's our 23, it's the record. Take that over. Sorry, on this building. Right. Are there any other amendments to the agenda to be made? I know, one thing that Senator Bugenhagen and I talked about, requesting is to reconsider, SR 2324-029 from last week, because it has similarities to SR 2324-30. And, we were talking, and as Rules Committee shared, we thought that might be more appropriate. Yeah, Regent Laura?
And I just wanted to add really quickly that, when we are reconsidering it, we would need somebody who voted yes on the resolution to, or voted yes on the motion to not reintroduce it. So somebody opposing the resolution would, or whatever the outcome was. Didn't exactly see what the outcome of that resolution was, but beyond that, we also want to remind everybody to state your conflicts of interest before we go into business.
If it's not taken up though, you can just talk about SR 2324-30, that is preferred. Are there any further amendments to the agenda? Seeing none, we'll now enter also the request is to add Chloe Smith to the agenda to talk about student code of conduct. That's the other thing. Yes, Senator Moore?
I motion to add Chloe Smith to the.
Yeah, do you want to clarify, where on the agenda? Beginning with this,
We should be
I don't know, beginning business.
beginning of new business.
All right, excellent. Is that seconded by Senator Marin? All right, all those in favor, please raise your placards. All those opposed? All right, okay. What?
It's quiet in here.
All right, seeing that, I'm seeking unless there are any further amendments to the agenda, I'm seeking a motion to approve the agenda. Motion by Senator Hirschman Harden, seconded by Senator Piper. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, nay. All right, the agenda is approved. All right, we're now moving on to the minutes. Here are the minutes from last week, that were sent out. Are there any amendments to the minutes? Seeing none, I'm seeking a motion to approve the minutes. Motion did by Senator Piper, seconded by Senator Marin. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, nay. All right, I've got it. Minutes are approved. We're now moving into open forum. Is there anyone here for open forum? Yeah, come on. Yeah,
Okay. So I would like to start off by addressing the formal request that was included in this week's agenda email sent out by Vice President Ostick from the WGEC, as well as a couple of the resolutions that are on the floor for the Senate tonight. So starting off, as many of you know, from the information shared earlier this week by Vice President Ostick, the deliberations portion of FABC took place the week before spring break. I would like to thank everyone that was able to support their organizations and for attending the session. I would also like to thank all the commissioners that sat on the board. For those who were tuned in, the session went until early into the next day, ending around kind of like 1 a.m. So it was a long night, and as mentioned in the formal request from the WGEC board, a form will be sent out to all participating organizations, as well as the general public through social media for feedback. This form was one I plan to send out this upcoming Monday, so the 25th, and is a form that has routinely been sent out the past couple years. However, as a fellow student myself, I feel as it is important to address that this session occurred during midterms, which immediately led into spring break. A portion of that time is not only hectic, but can be overwhelming for many students. Additionally, Emma MP, who served as secretary for SABC, did not finalize the notes until a week after SABC as she was sick for several days. I personally find it very disheartening that I was not given an adequate amount of time to prepare and release the feedback form. Once I release this form, however, this upcoming Monday, so the 25th, I would greatly appreciate if you all could fill it out, since you guys did partake in agency allocation. This will help the future director of finance plan and adjust future SABC sessions and protocols. So kind of shifting from that, I want to talk about the three resolutions that are on the floor tonight. So the first resolution that I would like to talk about is SR 23-24-030, which is opposition to discriminatory policy. So while reading the resolution, I noticed that vital parts of this discussion were missing from evidence. A meeting has been scheduled with Dean of Students Kathy Pettit, Trent Frederickson, our advisor Sierra, as well as Regent Latoro, Vice President Ostick, and Chief of Staff Garofalo, and WGEC Director Zoe Miller. This meeting is scheduled for Monday, March 25th, 2024. I find it disheartening that this information was not included in the resolution, as it is a vital part of moving on to the next steps through this process. I also strongly believe that this process was put in place for more accountability and clarifications for logistics of the use of student funds rather than to discriminate against student parents. I do not feel that it is right for us to assume anything regarding this matter without getting the full picture first. Another resolution that I would like to talk about is SR 23-24-31, which is amending the purchase approval process. So this resolution calls for the change in approval process to the payments request form. I strongly disagree and would advise against removing SGA Director of Finance and SGA Advisor from the approval process. All student organizations, including Tier 1, Tier 2, and Tier 3 organizations, are required to have a signature from the treasurer and advisor of their student organization in order to access their organization funds. As a student that is involved in multiple organizations outside of student government, I think it is very important to note that this procedure is in place for a specific reason and should not be changed. Similarly, MathPro, another Tier 1 organization, requires approval from their Vice President of Finance and their advisor to carry on with any purchase. My question to the Senate would be, what is the difference between our organization and other organizations at this university? And why should we be able to operate differently in terms of our funding? In order to get a second opinion on the matter, I spoke to Denise Kilgard, who's the Director of Auxiliary Services. She directly quoted that student government is the parent organization that is of Fund A, according to Board of Regents policy, and that it would be a good practice to have the Director of Finance oversee this process as a direct member of the Executive Board of Student Government Association. Additionally, I would like to address the matter of having Melissa Bozeman, who is the business assistant of SLII, if any of you guys haven't met her, to be the only additional approver for these purchases. Melissa, to be very clear, is not an advisor to the organization and never has been. To put it simply, Melissa is in charge of placing orders and is often not given any of the rationale behind these purchases. Melissa only places orders once they have been approved and marks them as approved as a method to keep track of ordering these items. I do not believe Melissa has the experience nor should have to deal with approving such purchases. While discussing this with Melissa today, she expressed that she only feels comfortable ordering items after they have been previously approved. The last resolution that I would like to talk about is SR 232431, which is the Microsoft Forms purchase payment proposal. I strongly disagree and would advise against this proposal. I would like to first start out by saying that there have been some issues with presence this past year with advisor transitions and overall department changes. All issues that occurred were dealt with as soon as possible, as some issues were for presence itself and took longer. During this time, I had personally communicated both in person and through email with the respective parties. However, I do not think the solution for this would be to create a Microsoft form for payment and purchase requests. Presence gives us the option to approve at each phase of the process, allowing for both accountability and access for all individuals involved in the process. Additionally, it is created in a way that allows for the business office to effectively keep track of all of our purchases. Switching to a Microsoft form would remove a sense of accountability and access for all parties involved in the process of payment. This new process makes it extremely difficult for purchase to be handled in an efficient manner, and quite honestly, would be very inefficient, and there would be a time delay that would take much longer, as most of the communication would have to happen through email, because on presence, you have the ability to approve and deny and leave comments that go straight to the organizations themselves. That's all I have. Thank you.
As a point of clarification, Zoe is actually, was not invited to Monday's meeting because leadership wants to meet with student government exec members first.
Yes, Senator Moore, you going down?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, first I'll state my conflict of interest as a board member of ISS. Today, I would like to speak in my capacity, not as a senator, but as an international student, and a disappointed one at that. I sat in on both SABC meetings and only part of the deliberation session, and I'm honestly glad I didn't hear all of it. I've never said this before in my life, but I will say it now because I don't feel it's normally my place to say. But I am extremely disappointed in many of you as my peers. As an international student, I listened to people degrade ISS, and some phrases used where I almost feel like they should be allocated nothing. I've actually never been more disappointed in my entire life. And I was not expecting to come here this week looking like this in my Asian market sandals to say I'm disappointed, but is the unfortunate reality that apparently hasn't been heard enough. It is not just me. There are 1,500 other international students who join me in my disappointment. I would like to ask if any of you have ever had to move to another country with no friends, no family, social understanding of a certain culture, and lower linguistic abilities. Do you have any idea how frightening that is? Because I can tell you right now. In our home countries, we often hear about shootings, racism, xenophobia, all in the United States. And I have been treated horribly here at UNO because of how I used to speak English, my religion, and because of my country of national origin. Even more so, even today, I have been accused of terrorism, murder, and ethnic cleansing, all because of where I am from. While I'm here asking you to consider what maybe that might feel like, there are other people and there are other international students that people in their country are dying. We are lucky to be here, but we are still treated as second class. And unfortunately, this is not just my reality. This is the reality of many other international students. We are homesick. We miss our countries, our language, our homes, our food, and our people. So your suggestion to combat that is to cut funding because you didn't hear a presentation. ISS has done so much for me and for every international student. So how dare anyone suggest that when they do not even know how hard the reality of an international student is, are they making these decisions? I really tried to approach it gracefully, but these discussions have dehumanized me. I'm not mad. I'm disappointed and I'm disgusted. My respect for my peers that night is now zero. If you were sound in your decisions the night of deliberations, I welcome you to go to any international student, including me, and tell them what you think we really deserve, just because you've never seen just how horrible life can be away from your family, your country, and your friend, only to be thrust into higher education in a place we all know we are not wanted. And thank you for bluntly demonstrating your opinion of international students. I heard it loud and clear, and I'm very grateful that now I know what you think. I hope you are so proud to make decisions for people who don't even know how to sympathize with the situation. And I hope you're proud that right now, I and many international students know that student government does not serve international students anymore, because apparently we are nothing but votes. And I'm sincerely and utterly disappointed. Please think on that in the future. Thank you.
Is there anyone else who would like to speak during open forum? Yeah. Oh, and Ben's raising his hand as well, so we'll have Rosie go, and then Ben will have you afterwards.
Is this on? Hello. Happy almost Friday, not Thursday, because that's disgusting. Thank you if you came to Zeta Tau Alpha's Flowers for the Fight. That was a really amazing event. And also shout out to the Gateway who was able to catch some Zetas in action as they were selling flowers in spirit of breast cancer awareness and education. That was like an amazing experience. So I want to talk about something. Me and Isabella Manhart, who is the outreach programmer for TIDO, which is Teachers Education Diversity Organization. We recently had some senators and some ambassadors sponsor this resolution. I'm going to keep it very nuanced. But if you were someone who volunteered to be a sponsor, thank you so much. We really appreciate it. And also shout out to Senator Hirschbaum Harding for being a reviewer. You will be getting emails about all that information in the next coming weeks, but for the sake of just like making sure we have all of that data and logistics figured out, it probably will be a while until you get that information. And we're trying to be as transparent as possible. Tomorrow I'm going to a meeting and then speaking with Isabella about the resolution. So just be prepared for that. And if you have any questions, don't be afraid to reach out to me or Isabella. Thank you and have a great night.
Yeah, you're just really like the glass. There we go. Yeah. You are.
All right, Senator Bugenhagen, you can unmute and speak. Turn off some phone.
Great. Thank you. Good evening, everyone. I'm sorry I couldn't join you tonight. I am online tonight, so I don't plan on voting. I'm choosing not to vote just to make sure that with how unclear some of our rules are, I don't want there to be any hard feelings. I don't want it to seem unfair. So I will refrain from voting tonight. I hope you guys understand. First, I really wanted to just make a slight comment on Senator Moore's comments. I really sincerely hope that they weren't aiming those comments at any of our senator commissioners, because all three of us were the biggest defenders of ISS in that room that night. And I invite all of you to go rewatch the deliberations recording on YouTube, just so you can make your own decision on that. It truly it hurts me to think that the respect that someone has for me has been lessened for what I don't think is a good reason. And that's all I have to say on that. I wanted to talk also about SR 23-2430. I know I sent a text rather late, excuse me, I'm sorry, I'm a little lightheaded. To me, it feels like this resolution being presented tonight is far too similar and fundamentally the same as one that has already been voted on. It doesn't seem right that we would be re-voting on a resolution that we've already voted on. So it is my opinion that we should not have a discussion on, or we should have a discussion on this resolution, but it shouldn't be voted on tonight. It would be the same resolution in all fundamental ways. The therefore clauses are mostly left the same, which is why I did want to have this conversation, and it's why I recommended we reconsidered the original resolution in its form. Secondly, on SR 23-2431, I am a little confused and concerned about the structure of the resolution and what exactly we are resolving to do should the vote pass. It doesn't seem to me that any significant policy changes were considered, or also the rules committee wasn't even made aware of this resolution until Tuesday night, which I think is a disappointing fact. I would have loved to help put something together, because this is a conversation that does need to have, and I'm glad it's being brought to the floor. But fundamentally, I don't think that what we're resolving to do is going to, in effect, change anything. We need to have some more structured written rules, formalities. That way, everybody's on the same page. These are the things we've all agreed on. And finally, a note on the code of conduct changes that I hope we'll be discussing tonight. Just to make my thoughts clear, I think Section 5 is very concerning, not because of the intent of keeping students and faculty safe, because I think that's an undeniably important task. I am concerned, however, about the broad strokes that the policy makes in allowing for the suspension of a student without proof of wrongdoing, without a requirement of a violation of the student code of conduct, and without the opportunity for a meaningful or structured appeal by that student. There are some really concerning holes in the policy here, and opportunities for, I think, incredible abuse of this policy. And even though we as a body don't have any direct control over the new policy's approval, I think that if we come together and construct a statement that we can publish in front of the whole university, we can make change and we can start conversations. I don't think the statement can be based on just our disapproval alone. I don't think it is enough to say that we disapprove of this policy, but I think it has to contain some detailed explanations of our reasoning, the logic we're using as it relates to student rights and privileges. And I hope in the next week that we can work together as a body and put something together to release. And I hope we have some meaningful discussion tonight. And that's all I have. Thank you, guys.
All right, is there anyone else who'd like to speak during the forum today? Yeah, come on down, Senator Clifford.
Okay, guys, this is nothing too crazy. Is anybody allergic to peanuts? Because I literally opened, my pistachios, and I'm so scared that somebody's allergic to peanuts, and I'm so sorry. Or any type of nut. If anybody wants to know, like, are
I
you?
don't know what I know, but they're in Cliff Bars.
Oh.
No, I'm curious.
You might want to figure out what kind of.
Oh, I've never had one since. I had it in like sophomore year of high school.
Is that like airport or needed? Like, what if it was?
Okay, then don't give him the staff.
Okay.
It was whatever was in the.
Did it get you mad though?
I don't know.
Damn, but it happened like slowly but surely. It happened slowly but surely. And then I was like, wow, I can't. I was like, oh, I can't breathe.
All right, so clearing the room. Is there any severe nut allergy that will have airborne problems? Just safety concern, raise your hand right now. All right.
Yeah. No, I would actually cry if somebody died.
Thank you.
I'm not lying.
All right, is there anyone else who would like to speak during open forum?
That was delightful, honestly.
All right, seeing none, we're going to move over unfinished business, new business, Coach Matt. Chloe, let me pull up.
Oh.
Okay. So I think you have, the way it works generally is there's 20 minutes and then people can extend with their meetings in 20 minutes. It's all they're people, they can choose to extend.
Okay.
So, it's not quite full screen, but it's kind of full screen. It's just like
It should be.
yeah, that's good. And then click under that. You can, yeah, do you want me to click? Do you want to?
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, sorry.
No, no worries at all.
Okay, can everybody hear me on here? Coolio. Okay, so I think I've met a couple of folks in here, but my name is Chloe Smith. I'm the Director for Student Conduct and Case Management. I am here to talk to you all about a process that I am really excited about. I know that you all may be thinking like, okay, we're going to talk about Student Code of Conduct revision. That's not super exciting. But for me, I think that this is really exciting. There's a couple of changes in here that I think are very cool, that could open a lot of doors. So let me walk you through this. And then of course, I appreciate questions and being able to just have a discussion. So that'll definitely be part of my presentation and just being here with you all tonight.
So I have questions on that.
Yeah.
So everything that you're changing, is it in this PowerPoint or are they on the docs as well?
I'll address that. Yep. Thank you. Thank you though. Okay. So objectives, or I guess here's the table of contents of what we're going to talk about. So first of all, objectives. Second of all, highlighted changes, and I'll share with you what the heck I meant by that. Next steps, and then contact information. So within the objectives, I want to provide an overview of the bigger changes to the Student Code of Conduct. So I didn't want to necessarily speak with you all tonight because we added the word university in front of probation to clarify that it's not academic probation. I don't think that those are things that you all need to hear from me, but you do have access to all of the changes. I shared both the red line version and the clean version, because I didn't want you to have to like put two of them next to each other and just hope for the best of being able to notice all of the changes. I want it to be as transparent as possible. That being said, I think that there are a couple of changes that do warrant a little bit more discussion, rather than just having access to be able to see those. Second, I want to share the process for sharing feedback about the changes to the Student Code of Conduct. So the Student Code of Conduct is a little bit of a different policy. It doesn't necessarily live under the policies that we have to go through the formal approval process. However, Like I just said, I'm a huge proponent for transparency and the option for folks to be able to provide feedback, to be able to have that conversation, because it's the student code of conduct, right? Those are the standards that you all are held to, that you sign off on. And I do want student voices to be heard within those changes. And then third, I'll provide a time for questions regarding the changes or the feedback process. We're going with the Office of University Compliance model, just because that's the most holistic model for us to be able to have you all provide feedback. And I'll kind of talk through what that means. Also, Gio, did I answer your question? Yeah. Perfect. Okay, so highlighted changes. I have 4 of them that I really want to call out. This one is going to look very small. So this is 5 words that were edited. But I think it really addresses the fact that we are in an ever-changing society. So you'll see on here, I put the current version. You can read. I'm not going to try to do left and right because I will fail. On the side that says current version, that's what is in the code currently. The updated version is what we've proposed. So we added or an entity and or entity to represent the fact that artificial intelligence has entered the playing field, right? So we want to really be able to make sure that we can keep everyone within the standards of academic integrity, because this is an educational institution, right? That is the foundation of why we're here. And so making sure that we have the option to address if there are concerns. Now, this doesn't mean that if your faculty member tells you that, yeah, you can use ChatGPT for a paper, that would be a violation, right? All of this is subject to what your faculty members tell you is allowed. I'm not here to like overstep your faculty members and be like, no, I said they can't do that, so they can't. But allowing for us to be able to hold folks accountable if there is improper use of AI. Second one on here. So again, this one is a little bit of a longer one. I want to give some context as to what the heck this means before I jump into what the actual change is. So currently, our office has 30 university days to take a situation where we've received formal notification. We would then go through the process to resolve that case. Currently, we have 30 university days to do that, which typically includes an information gathering stage, meeting with students who may have been involved, and then proposing resolution usually. We have technically 3 options right now for resolution. So first is administrative resolution, which is probably 90. I did actually just pull the number, but I'm going to forget the exact percentage, but it was 99 point something% of our resolutions, which is a process where the university and the student come to an agreement on an outcome for a situation that happened. Second is to set the matter for a hearing, which is exactly what you're picturing, right? It's not necessarily judge, jury, all that, but that kind of university presents information, student presents information, third party makes the determination. And then third is to dismiss the matter completely. So that's kind of what would have to be resolved within those 30 days. Do you all know what a university day is versus just a day? Okay, I'm seeing no, so I'm going to clarify. University day is any day that the university is open, offices are functioning. So it doesn't count. So when you think about like winter close down, we close down from like December 23rd-ish through January 3rd. Those are not university days because university offices are not open. Now, you all just enjoyed spring break, hopefully. Those are university days. Some of us had to be here last week. Not me. I was in Kentucky at a conference. It was Kentucky, which is interesting. Anyways, sorry, that was a little bit of a sidetrack. So that's what that means. It's 30 university days, which realistically is probably about 15 or 45-ish actual days. So what the new code would propose is raising that to 60 university days for the initial period, with the option for a 30 university day extension. Now you all might be thinking like, wow, okay, that feels like a pretty big change, which I totally get that. One thing that's important to clarify, our student code of conduct is a system implementation. So UNO, UNL, UNK, UNMC, NCTA, all represented in the same code. We, in trying to be good partners with our sister institutions, are in support of being able to extend that time frame due to the types of cases and the timeline that primarily UNL is working on. And so one thing, I'm a huge data nerd. Anybody who has ever talked with me knows that I get really excited about numbers, and I even have like a data nerd sticker in my office. Love numbers. So I pulled them for you all to be able to see the numbers since I started here. So I've been here since the academic year 2016, 2017. This is our average time for resolution. You'll see, I hope everybody can give me a little bit of grace. There's one year where it looks a little different, where it's, that 24.45. For context, basically my entire office that year moved to different institutions, and it was just me doing all of the conduct for the entire university. Plus I was a housing residence life coordinator at the same time. It was a bit of a chaotic year, and then COVID. So that year was definitely an anomaly. If you look at the rest of the years, everything is about 15-ish days. I did also want to clarify that that is days, not university days. So each of those numbers would likely be lowered by about 2 to 3, depending on the timeline. We here at UNO are very committed to not having the process go for an extended period of time. I recognize that having to try to work through a potential violation of the code can be very, very stressful for folks. And so our office tries to focus on treating folks like humans, right? And like students and people, and being able to have those conversations, but then also trying to remove as much of the stress and anxiety as we can. Third change, this is the one that I am super duper excited about. It looks like it's the most minor change ever. It is literally 6 words, but it adds or other university provided resolution options. So I just mentioned we have 3, right? So administrative resolution, hearing, or fully dismiss the matter. Other university provided resolution options opens the door for restorative justice, which is something that we really want to have here at UNO. It also opens the door for university provided resolution options that don't result in a formal conduct record for a student, which is something that I'm really interested in, us having that opportunity here at UNO. Currently, our code does not allow for that. But I think, college is supposed to be a time of learning, right? Trying things out, all of those pieces. And so any way that we can help students have that opportunity to learn and grow in an environment where that's okay is something that I'm in support of. This next one, okay, this one was hard for me to figure out exactly how to put it into a PowerPoint, right? Because I don't love the idea of copying a 1.5 pages of text and putting it on a slide and just saying, well, I hope you all can read 3.25 font. I could read it when I blew it up on my screen. It's fine, right? So that's why I sent out both of those documents. And you all will have time to be able to read through those. I think an important piece for this, Section 5 currently speaks to what are called interim or temporary measures, which are those things that we would put in place when there is a legitimate concern for safety of campus, or if there's a legitimate concern that there would be a major disruption to the learning environment. Again, this all goes back to that idea of what is our foundation? Our foundation is as an educational institution. Where this gets a little bit different now is section 5 currently does not have a subsection. It's just section 5. It loops together students and registered student organizations as one thing. That doesn't make any sense to me at all. And so within subsection B of section 5, this would outline the process, requirements, and expectations for interim measures when imposed for a registered student organization. Section 5 and now A, subsection A, would already outline those for a student. But I think it's really important that we have those outlined so that it does say, these are your rights, these are your responsibilities. Whereas before, it was just kind of like, well, we have interim measures, we can do that, but it's through the lens of an individual student, which doesn't take into account the uniqueness of a registered student organization. Next steps. So number 1, sharing the code far and wide. I am trying to meet with basically as many folks as I can, while also recognizing that like I have a job or something like that I got to do other than presenting this. I've already met with, I think you all are my 4th presentation, and I have at least 5 more scheduled to be able to share this information. Then I'm also going to get it posted in Mav Daily, Bullseye, really trying to make sure that folks have access to be able to see the red line and the regular or the updated version of the code. The official feedback period will open April 1, and will close April 30th. Now I say official because that's, again, I think I mentioned earlier on that we're going with the compliance model, and that's what they require. And so I wanted us to be in line with that because that also, I mean, that's a good period of time, 30 days to be able to review it and provide feedback. We'll then review the feedback and work through the revision process. And then hopefully Board of Regents approval. This has been about 1.5 years long process. And so it's really exciting to be at this point of actually sharing the changes. Email us at unoconduct@unomaha.edu with questions. When we are actually in the formal review process though, I'm going to have that as a form because I figured that would help me be able to like pull out any feedback and be able to do, again, data nerd here, qualitative data analysis. It's easier if you have it all in one place and then you can kind of pick out themes. So look out for that, but also I don't want folks to feel like they have to wait until the form is there. You can also email, and I'll of course include those in the feedback for review. Okay, I will open it up. I don't know if I'm supposed to do this in any specific way, so tell me if I am. Open it up for questions, comments, concerns. Yeah.
I have a question related more to like the comment itself. And I'll ask more about like the changes like later. But I was wondering, like, I know I have a species of difficulty actually reporting changes to the code of conduct because when you go to the page and code of conduct, it says submit here, and then it takes you to a care team form. How like is a care team form a form of like reporting to the UNO code of conduct, or is there a different way to do so that I can tell people like how to do it?
Yeah, I think whatever way the report gets to us is okay. And I know that that sounds like a wishy-washy answer, and I don't mean it to sound like a wishy-washy answer. My office also has responsibility for the care team form. So like I said at the beginning, I'm director for student conduct and case management. So we do all conduct, but then also all of the like care student struggling way. We also will accept reports via the email. And that's probably the primary way that I get reports is through the email. Did that help or not? Okay. Okay, cool. But also like just get the information to us and we'll take it from there. Yes.
Hi, I have a couple questions about the section 5 change. First of all, I was wondering like what prompted this change, particularly in terms of like the data supporting it.
Sorry, I'm just pulling it up because I don't want to misspeak.
We could pull it up on the big.
Yeah.
We could all.
Oh, yeah, yeah. If you want to do that, that would be great. So there is not necessarily like data supporting the need for the breakdown. I think for me, the bigger piece is that interim measures are sometimes things that have to be implemented to ensure safety, all of that. Before, it didn't necessarily break it down for registered student organizations to have them know exactly what that process would look like for them. So when I'm looking at this, I see the fact that that actually provides guidance, it provides expectations, it gives those rights and responsibilities and spells it out a little bit more rather than leaving it as, well, that might happen with a student organization as well, but there's no formal process for it. Does that make sense or not? Not so much.
For sure.
Okay. Did you have another question?
I have a few actually.
Okay.
You're gonna be hearing a lot from me tonight.
Fair.
I was also wondering like what happens if someone's found not guilty of the like code of conduct violation after measures have already been taken and like what the reparation process for that might be?
So I think it's important to consider how these are implemented. So oftentimes what happens with these situations is my office receives a report where there would be a demonstrated, it's typically a threat to the campus community, right? So it's a legitimate safety concern. We will go through a process. We do something that's called either a violence risk assessment or a risk assessment, where we will look at that situation to determine, is there a legitimate concern for a threat? And that, this is probably getting a little bit too into the weeds with it, but I think it's important. So we utilize kind of best practices from the National Association of Behavioral Intervention and Threat Assessment. I always mess up their name, but it's NABITA. So they give us the resources to be able to run what we would call like a risk assessment to determine if there is that legitimate threat to safety. During that process, students are afforded the option to provide information that says, hey, the qualifications for the temporary measures are no longer met, or they weren't met in the first place, and that's when that would be reviewed. That one is, so my office generally would issue an interim measure, but that goes up to the vice chancellor level to meet to determine if the measures were met. That's when we would then work through the process of information gathering. So the interim measure is in place just to make sure that there's not that immediate threat to the campus safety, and is typically lowered as soon as we can. So oftentimes, and I'm just speaking from my own personal experience of having worked through this process. Let's say a student is temporarily suspended from the university, and then we're able to have a conversation with the student. I don't know, maybe a comment was taken out of context. We're able to lower that temporary suspension to a temporary privilege restriction that still allows you to attend classes, but maybe you're not on campus all the time until we get the matter fully resolved. Did that make sense?
I think so. Yeah, I think I'm
Okay.
understanding it.
Okay. If not, please please ask additional questions, because I might go off on a tangent and you might be like, what the heck is she talking about? I'll clarify whatever I can.
Real quick, we hit the 20 minutes. Is there a motion to extend time? All right, is that seconded by Senator Gomez? All right, all those in favor of extended time, please say aye. Oh yeah, hold on.
Oh, it's so much time for 15 minutes, 20 minutes. That's fun. I don't know how long.
Yeah.
it's gonna
Yeah,
take.
well, however long it can
Yeah,
take
however
longer,
long
we
it
can
takes.
end it early.
And we'll look at ours that, and I think that was one.
All right, 20 minutes, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? All right, I've got it.
Okay, did you have another question?
I know Director Miller wanted to ask a couple questions, so I'm gonna yield my time for that.
Thanks,
Okay.
I have like a whole list.
Okay.
I'm really wondering what other universities have done this kind of policy change before and what the response has been from students at those universities, whether it was positive or negative. I know during open forum, we heard a senator who was really concerned about these policy changes in this section. So I just want to make sure that like student voices are being heard on that matter. It would affect everyone in this room. It would affect people, you know, outside this room. And I just want to make sure that this policy wouldn't be abused, because I think if you scroll down a little bit on this document. Oh, not that one. Scrolling through someone's email. The part where it says disrupt the operation of the university seems very vague to me and seems like it could be abused in some way, where just activism on campus could potentially be viewed as a disruption of operation.
Okay, I think I see where there might be a little bit of breakdown in understanding here. So first of all, the interim measures policy is not new. That one has been in the Student Code of Conduct since before I was even here at UNO. The thing that is really changing is the addition of subsection B of the policy. So subsection A is the one that speaks to interim measures in relation specifically to an individual student. The changes would add subsection B, which adds in that provisions for student organization interim measures. Going back up to the specific line that you had cited, because I don't want to forget that piece. I think this is where we're looking. And so the big change there is allowing for other measures other than a temporary suspension, which is technically already addressed within this section, but I think we wanted to call it out at the beginning just to make it very clear. So it allows for interim measures, including temporary suspension, when there is a situation where there is credible information that a student's conduct presents a clear threat to the physical safety of others, or is so disruptive that temporary suspension is necessary to preserve the rights of other students to pursue an education. I realized literally as I was rereading this in my car in the parking lot, I don't know why this was added a second time. That part is confusing and I will remove that. I don't know why it was added in there a second time, but disruption is something that is already addressed within the code. And it looks at all of those pieces of our policies being followed, right? So I think you spoke to student activism, right? Which is never something that I would want to stop, but I think it's in how do we make sure that we're doing or participating in activism that doesn't also disrupt the fundamental purpose of the university. So again, we have to be able to do the education thing. That's why all of you are here. And so if there are things that are becoming disruptive to where students can't participate in class, that's when an interim measure may be implemented. Now, I can only speak from my own experience of how I've seen this. I haven't seen this necessarily with like a protest. Usually the disruption is we've had a student who has gone into the library a couple of times to like scream. And they've done that a couple of times, and then they did that in the residence halls, and then they did that in class. That is so disruptive that students can't participate in their own learning. And that's when I might consider a temporary suspension to allow others to continue learning. Did that answer that or no?
I'm wondering now if disruption is defined in this document. document?
It is.
Can you go to it?
Yep. So disruption is, let's see. I don't want to scroll past it, but I know it's up pretty far. I'm so sorry that y'all are watching me scroll. This is the slowest mouse ever. Um, Okay, here is disruption. So interfering with an instructor's ability to conduct class by failing to follow, being present in a location on campus without proper authorization, obstructing, impeding, or blocking entrances, yelling, screaming, or making loud noises, or engaging in protests, sit-ins, or demonstrations at times or in location where those kinds of activities are not permitted. So that's what the code defines as disruption to university operations. Did that help clarify or not so much?
Yeah, help clarify. I'll let other people ask questions.
Okay. I think I saw your hand next.
So with this, like to like impose these measures, would that just come from like a report from a student? Or kind of taking it by the ear and like seeing if they're making like an active like disruption?
Sorry, let me clarify. So did you say, would this result from like a report from a student?
Yeah, so
It could, right? It kind of depends on what was reported. So I think about if, one student threatened another student and then that student reports that to me, that could result in an interim measure, right? Let's say those two students are in the same class. One of those students may not be able to participate in that class after being threatened. And of course, we would have to run, is there an actual threat? Because it's very different to in there, like, I want to clarify that it's not necessarily just like, oh, that didn't, like, it was uncomfortable, it didn't feel good versus actual threats. Like that's a specific threshold that we have to reach. Did that help? Okay. I'm sorry. I think I actually saw yours before.
Mine?
Yeah.
Yeah, so is there any way, are you looking to further define disruptions or maybe just gonna keep it out this specific list?
So these are the ones that have been within the code. There were not any proposed changes to section, this is section B, et cetera, et cetera. So these are the ones that we had approved to stay in there. I'm open to if there are other thoughts though. I just would want to know what those are. I think I saw yours next in the back. I'm sorry, I can't read what the name says, so.
I'm pretty far back. And I didn't hear what that second part of what you had said was, so I didn't mean to raise my placard to respond to that question. I had a question of my own, so I didn't know if you wanted to repeat that. Or if there was something that I was skipping over first.
No, I don't think so unless folks missed anything. I'm not seeing anything, so go ahead.
Because part of what I'm understanding from this conversation is that that policy did exist before, but there's not a lot of explanation on what the evidentiary standards that the code of conduct team uses, or the conduct team uses, to try to figure out if interim measures should be applied. And while there is, as you said, like cases in the past where we haven't misused them, it still seems that the policy has the capacity for misuse. So I'm wondering, how does, especially in the case of, there was an amendment to the section that I want to say it was section 2. I don't know, I can pull that up in a second, but there was a part that said something to the effect of actions that are considered violations would be not following legitimate directives from law enforcement, emergency professionals, campus officials, staff, people of that nature. Legitimate directives are not defined though, so I'm wondering how does somebody know how to avoid that, but then also to argue their case should amend the directives be understood to be something not.
Yeah, okay, one moment, I wanna make sure that I'm looking at that part of the policy as well. Can you tell me what number that is? I just don't wanna scroll back and forth through it if you have it. If you don't have it pulled up though, I can keep scrolling real quick. Oh, actually, here it is. It's 14G. So I think that one was also a change from lawful to legitimate. I think the concern that we were getting into there is trying to clarify that that is in the course of their responsibilities as a university employee, that students would be expected to comply with legitimate requests during like an incident, right? So if you are asked to identify yourself because there was an incident that occurred, that would be a legitimate request within the scope of, what had occurred for someone to ask that. Yeah, is this clarification or?
Yeah, is that defined behavior? Is there like specific language for what legitimate directions go?
I don't think that there's a separate section. Again, I think this was a change to get away from lawful, to change it to legitimate. I think the problem that we had with lawful is that an unlawful directive would be a completely different question. And so we really wanted to highlight that this would be within the scope of that person's responsibilities. They would ask for identification when an incident occurs, or I'm trying to think of something that's not a public safety specific one. I guess with emergency personnel, providing the information for a building if that's a legitimate request within the scope of their position. And then getting back to section 5, so the standard is there credible information, which that is something where we have to run a credibility test, right? Which I think all of you have probably heard of that idea of like what's credible versus not credible. That's something that you all are hopefully always looking at with everything that you're doing in your academic settings. So credible information, that there is a clear threat. And so clear threat is actually a term that is defined by generally like our guiding governmental documents. And that's why we utilize that standard of a clear threat rather than just there is a threat. And so there's a clear threat to the physical safety of individuals or is so disruptive that temporary suspension is necessary to preserve the rights of other students to pursue an education. And so that's where that threshold is there a legitimate concern that somebody will not be able to participate in the educational environment based on what is occurring? Did that help or not so much?
Yes, it did help, but I still do worry that there doesn't seem to be a lot of hard lines for where should future people who come after you who are not as kind-hearted have malintent. It still seems like there is still
yeah. So I can totally get where you're coming from there, but I think part of it is that if we make it too narrow, there's going to be a situation that's going to happen that would fit into something that should be an interim measure, and we wouldn't be able to apply it because our scope is too narrow. And so I think that's when there's that accountability of this is my job, right? Like it's literally my job to do the student code of conduct. And I know you said like, okay, well, what if somebody comes next? But that's the accountability measure there too. of it has to meet that threshold of a clear threat, credible information, or disruptive and not allowing for other students to participate. I totally get where you're coming from though, of like, oh, it feels too wide. For me, I don't see a way to make that more narrow that doesn't completely inhibit us being able to utilize this in situations where it's definitely needed. But if you have suggestions, I'm open to it, right? I never want it to feel like there could be an abuse of power. I just don't know that we can do that without making it too narrow. I don't, sorry, I don't know how this works. I never did like a Parley Pro. Well, I did, but I sat in the back and was very confused. Leah, I think I saw you next.
Yes, so these temporary suspensions, do they stay on the student record permanently?
Nope. So temporary suspension is not something that would be reported on a transcript. And even a suspension doesn't technically stay on a student's transcript forever. A temporary measure or interim measure is one that is imposed solely for the purpose of maintaining student safety and, of course, the educational environment during that time.
And then I have one more question. So, as a lot of my peers have said, that this seems very harmful for a student ultimately. Were there absolutely no less harmful alternatives than this temporary suspension or the interim measures?
So let me clarify a little bit there. So the absolute highest interim measure that would be implemented is a temporary suspension. Okay, so that's like temporary suspension. You can't be on campus. You can't go to class. You can't talk to a lot of folks. That's like the highest level, right? This policy specifically speaks to the fact that we should be going with the measures that would be adequate to address the safety concern or the disruption that is the least restrictive, particularly for a student participating in the educational environment. So again, temp suspension is like, whoa, buddy. Most of the time, we're not trying to go with a temp suspension. It would be, like I said earlier, a temporary privilege restriction, which isn't a temporary suspension, right? Usually with a temporary privilege restriction, a student can still attend class. It may be that they are only on campus for 15 minutes before, 15 minutes after, or maybe it's a temporary suspension only from housing because the behavior that occurred was specifically in a dorm room. Does that help clarify that not every interim measure is a temporary suspension? That is like, that's the highest level. We always try for something that's lower before getting to that level.
Then I have like another question that sprung from what you said, sorry.
No, you're good.
So I don't know if I'm just totally misinterpreting this, but isn't in any of those cases, like the 15 minutes before, after, just as the example you gave, isn't that also disruptive to the student who received that because that is limiting?
It could be, but the problem is that's in a way to, we have to try to preserve the academic environment for all students, right? And so we try to go with the least restrictive measure that still allows that student to participate if we can. Yeah, like it could still disrupt them, but it's something where at that point it's been deemed necessary based on what already occurred.
Okay.
Yeah. I think I saw you and then you. Hi.
I had a question that's from the conversation with Regent before. When you say up there.
Okay. Latora. Okay, I can see that now. Thank you. I don't have my glasses, so I am struggle busing.
But first I was wondering, with your change, and I know I found this in the document, so forgive me if I'm like completely off. You said that there was a difference between a legal versus a legitimate ask. I was wondering if legitimate was defined in the code of conduct, just to like make sure, because I know legitimacy can also be a very vague term that can mean a lot of different things.
Yeah, I think the way that it describes it is something that would be reasonably related to the university, to the, pretend like I can read, that are reasonably related to the employee's job responsibilities. So I think, again, we were trying to get away from using lawful because that doesn't make sense in our context. A legitimate one is where a staff member or faculty member has made a request for identification or other directive, right? So like, I think about like, let's say, actually, I don't know if I can say that out loud. If there were to have a fire in this space and I, as a staff member, was like, leave because there's a fire in the space and you chose not to follow that, that would be failure to comply with a request for a legitimate directive. Because in my role, I'm supposed to try to keep y'all safe. I take that very seriously. And so that is, I think, what we're trying to get at is it something that falls within that person's job responsibilities? And then is it a legitimate ask?
When I was wondering too, I didn't know if I was reading it wrong or if like it's just unclear. When there is an interim policy, like, or when the interim policy asks for a student to, you know, like, to have taken act, wow, to have action taken against a student or an organization, you know, after something happens. I just wanted to know that you can take that interim action after a threat has been made. But if, say, somebody were to try to disrupt campus operations, and there was a credible idea like that somebody was planning something, could you take those interim measures when there's a, like, it's not a threat, but it's like a plan to disrupt campus activities, or is that like?
I think that gets into a really interesting question. I think when I read this, I read conduct. I don't read that there's a plan, right? Because you could have an intention to do whatever you want to do. I don't know that I can act on your intention. Now, I can act on intention if there is a threat to safety, right? That's always the bigger piece is if they're, like if somebody said that I'm going to do something or I want to do something that would harm people, that's different than, oh, I want to go into that class and I don't know. We had recently a student who went in, they brought their three friends and they ran around the classroom and then left. They could say they wanted to do that. I'm not necessarily able to then temporarily suspend them or something because that's an intention, not an action.
Wanted to double check. I just
Yeah.
didn't know if it was.
Again, it's different if it's a threat.
Yeah, no, obviously. That's
Yeah, yeah.
And then I was wondering, what was like the need, cause like, I read, and again, could be wrong, policy is hard, it's hard.
Totally.
Like, I saw that the, appeals board structure was changed a little bit. I saw that it was for the conduct board, but that was included in a later section, but for the appeals board, it wasn't. And it's specifically the vice chancellor for the appeals board, so I was wondering, like, kind of what the, like, what the purpose of it was, because like, for me, I'm always more on the side of like, let's have a few people involved, you know?
Yeah. Can you tell me where you're looking so I make sure I'm talking about the same thing? Because my brain, I think, went to a different part of the policy.
Yeah, it's section 4 B 4.
Do you have page number by chance? I'm sorry.
Page 20.
20. Oh, wow. Okay, I got a couple of pages to go.
I just didn't see it any later that it was added in, so I just assumed that this was.
Nope, that's 21. That would be why I'm not
Oh,
seeing.
and then section 6 is where it's like completely laid out. So.
Okay, so this might have been a me problem. So, and I say that in full transparency. I didn't like the fact that we have definitions above and then policies and procedures sometimes with that and sometimes later. I don't believe that there was actually any change. It was moving the policy down to the policies and procedures area because I was thinking if I'm a student and I see this says definitions, I'm looking at that for definitions, not for policies and procedures. I'm going to that section for policies and procedures.
Well, I just didn't see it later, so I was just like, is this changing? Like, and if I didn't see it, like,
I will double check. If it's not in there later, I'll talk to Brennan and be like, put that back where it came, well, not where it came from, but whence it was sent. So, I think over here I saw you next.
All right,
Oh.
we did that 20 minutes of, yes, Senator Mai. 20 minutes. Okay, by another 20 minutes, is that second, Senator Gomez? All right, all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed, please say nay. All right, that's got it.
Okay, I think we're over here.
I was just curious, you've already mentioned like a couple of behaviors that you've seen, but I was just wondering if you could give us more examples of behaviors that you've seen that could have benefited, or that where this policy change could have been used, but it wasn't, and so that behavior just kind of slipped through the cracks.
Are you thinking about the interim measures one specifically, or? So interim measures one, really that was to address the fact that a student isn't the same as a student organization. In the previous code, it didn't outline any rights for student organizations going through that process. So I think that's where this policy was trying to, or policy change was trying to address, is that before it kind of stumbled over, I think it literally just said, or registered student organization like one time, and then everything else was about a student going through the process. And so building in the fact that a student organization should have the opportunity to meet with somebody to kind of appeal if an interim measure was placed and they felt it wasn't appropriate. I don't think that it's necessarily something where with the student part that we weren't able to apply it. I just think if we made the policy way too narrow, that could be something that would come of that. But I don't think there's been issues with the interim measures policy as it stands, other than I want to have that break apart between student and registered student organization.
Have you seen behaviors from organizations where it would have benefited to have that separated?
Yeah, I think so. I will be fully transparent that I just started doing any type of student organization concerns this year. So I don't have a ton of experience with that. But I think it's when, there has been behaviors where a student organization may have done something that would harm either members or folks who are participating. One that I can think of that is not from here, so I'm using a little bit of past history, hopefully that's okay. We once had a student organization that was trying to do their own slip and slide. They were going to do it regardless of what staff said. People had gotten hurt prior, like really badly when that had happened. And so I could see this policy being applicable in that situation to allow us to say, okay, if you're not going to work with us to be able to say this can't happen, or you're making it happen right now, we're going to put a stop to that so that nobody gets hurt. And then we're going to process it. Does that make sense? I know it's a weird example, but I think that's a moment where I was like, this is really dangerous. This could hurt somebody badly. Okay. I think up here next. I skipped you. I'm so sorry.
No, it's okay. I was just curious how this policy then intersects with like other kind of, especially on the student organization end, like other abilities of could you in case of either code of conduct violations or like handbook or other violations, like how does it all?
Right. So this is student code of conduct specifically. I am not adjudicating cases where it would be solely a violation of, and I'm gonna forget the name, so I'm so sorry, but there's a student organization and then an Omaha Greeks handbook each, right? Okay. Those are separate policies, right? Those are generally governing what does the approval process look like for getting an event approved? What does the process look like for potentially funding and approving that? Those aren't student code of conduct, so that's not necessarily what this policy is applying for, unless there's an element of those things that would also be a student code of conduct violation, right? So I think about, now I'm trying to think of a policy and I can't think of a single policy that exists.
It would be like if a blatantly like, threatening or like something like group that was clearly against some sort of standard tried to make an organization that had it like maybe like that had like profanities like in the name of the organization. That would be like a handbook, sort of.
That would probably be more handbook. Now when I'm thinking student code of conduct, it's the things that relate to like illegal drugs, alcohol. I think about hazing, right? Like hazing may be covered in the handbook, but that's also a policy violation and a violation of a lot of laws. Don't do that. It's bad. And so it's looking at those things that they may be represented in the handbook, but they are absolutely represented in the code. Did that?
Yeah, that makes sense.
Okay, cool. Yes.
So my question is about the new vision for the student. And so, you know, as my role for my organization as director of recruitment, I just had a concern about restricting student organizations from starting or continuing recruitment or intake of new members. So my question is, you know, depending on the severity of these interim measures that are put in place, let's say all of them, don't you think it's necessary to meet with the vice chancellor instead of just like putting in a request? Because I feel like these measures could cause, you know, irreparable harm to a student organization. I know my organization relies on recruitment to keep it going, especially when the organization may not be in violation of the code. I think it's, you know, I think it should be something that, you know, that meeting should be something that happens instead of just a request and can be.
So I think you're reading in there that it's not necessarily that it can be not denied, right? So like the students may choose to request it or they may choose to just work through the process. That's where that may comes in. The reason that it is a may is because it's a student organization rather than a student, right? So if I'm implementing, let's say again, the most restrictive interim measure on a student, that is prohibiting a student from engaging in their academics, which is again, the foundation of the university. And so that's why that meeting will be scheduled. It will be available in case the student wants to participate in that because it would remove them from their academics. This says may because some student organizations don't want to do that. And it's their option that if they would like to request that, they may. This isn't intending to say that the vice chancellor can say, no thanks, bye. It's saying they may or may not request it. Does that help?
Yeah.
Okay. I think over here, maybe. Also, if I've skipped anybody, please just like shake the thing because, yeah, thank you.
I would like to like yield my time to all the members back there to ask their questions.
My name's Ellie. I'm from File C. My biggest concern is when we talk about like disruptions to the university environment and like just
how not specific this is in the code of conduct and how I can see it being problematic, especially with like other people's biases and how they could perceive it as being disruptive and maybe cannot be. So for example, I was thinking about like certain exhibits in the library that has put, so this month they're putting for Women's History Month. Last month it was advocating and displaying different types of disabilities, visible and non-visible. And the university or individuals can deem those as disruptions just because of how unspecific it is. Or for example, if an SGA member were to put in a resolution that got passed to advocate for a concern on campus, how can we ensure that we will be protected
or the marginalized community that we want to protect or advocate for will be able to be voiced for without having someone being like, oh, this is a disruption.
So I think we're looking at the word disruption a little bit maybe too narrow there, right? So me saying, oh my gosh, walking by that exhibit, also I looked at that today. It was lovely. The one in the library that you mentioned, it was really cool. When we say disruption, it means, does that stop somebody effectively from being able to participate in the educational environment? So does that exhibit being in the library effectively stop somebody from being able to participate in the university? And if it doesn't, or if it doesn't violate policies, that can't be like, one person can't just say like, oh, this is disrupting me, so we have to take it down.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah.
So you're talking about the word narrow, right? So the word narrow, right? And then earlier you talked about narrow, like, right? So can you be more specific about like narrow in the code of contact or how you're talking about narrow? Because you said we couldn't be narrow, but you're mentioning narrow again. So it's just a little confusing.
Yeah. So when I'm saying narrow, I mean like restrictive, right? So like when I'm looking specifically at the interim measures policy, I'm thinking if we're putting in there that an interim measure can only be implemented if an individual has disrupted the university environment at least 2 times, that at least 3 people feel like they were threatened by that individual, et cetera, et cetera. That's what I mean by I don't want to narrow it too much. Because when we add in those pieces that stipulate specifics, that means that any situation that doesn't fit into that very specific situation, we wouldn't be able to utilize that policy, even if it would be appropriate. In the other context, and I'm trying to remember how that, because you said
earlier that like you couldn't be narrow when it came to the code of contact, but you're saying that in this situation we can be. So that's, for me, it's a little confusing because in this context you can be, but in the code of conduct we can't. So it's like there's a crossover there that's a little misleading, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm just trying to remember the context because I don't want to like misspeak. So within this context, I said that I'm so sorry. That within that that we're looking at what is disruptive or what is like a legitimate disruption. And so saying that we can't break that down to like one specific message would be considered disruptive. It's looking at the overall picture of it. And so I may have said that backwards, that like, I don't think that we can narrow it down just to like, oh, I don't like that message, so it can't be here. I think it has to be more meeting those other criteria of, does this effectively stop someone from being able to pursue education? Which I would argue that a display in the library doesn't effectively stop someone, even if you don't like the message that's there. That doesn't stop you from being able to pursue your education. Now, let's say that somebody moved all of those, the displays, there was the little bench, all of the pieces that were there. Let's say they moved those and stacked them in front of a classroom door to draw attention to it. That may effectively stop someone from pursuing their education because you've literally blocked off that space. So it's not necessarily the message, it's the delivery. Does that make sense, or did I make it more confusing?
I guess my only concern with that is, okay, so you're saying that if we were to move it to a classroom, that would be considered as disruptive, right?
It-
Just to clarify.
It could be, right? So I think it depends on the context there. Right now, if a faculty member was like, yeah, let's have it in the classroom, that's great. That's not a disruptive action, but I would say piling it in front of a door is actually because like that reduces accessibility. People may not be able to actually like physically enter the space. And so that would be a disruption. Even if the faculty member was like, yeah, that's fine, because we can't, that's also just like a safety hazard. So it's something where that does stop somebody from being able to go into the classroom. It stops them from being able to pursue that activity of the university. Did that make sense? And if not, please just tell me. I've been here for a little bit. So did that address the concern or not so much?
Yeah, the only thing that yeah.
Okay. Well, and if there are additional questions, please feel free to ask after. I'm super happy to clarify anything that I can. Yeah.
Yeah, like, I just kind of want to speak to, I think, just the broader, like, concern that has arisen, and it is from the language of the operation of the university. Because sometimes it's the operation of the university, sometimes it's, and you talked about this earlier, how you would delete it, but just like, I just wanted to reiterate on it. Sometimes it's the educational rights of other students and the operation of the university. And then the way that those two things like play with one another, because operation of the university could be interpreted as like, if there is, this protest for, something that students really care about. And then somebody, at some point in the administration says, we don't want this protest going on here. Free speech effectively being curtailed, or as a possibility, or students being like getting hit with interim measures of some sort, like restrictions, as a way of politically pressuring them into maybe backing off of talking about an issue.
Yeah. Okay. So I get what you're saying there. And it does, both of those pieces are still in the code, right? So the university operations, we still have to be able to operate. What that's speaking to is when something would violate the policies as well, right? So most of the time protests are allowed on campus, right? Now, are there times when they're not, or places that they're not? Yes, right. So there's an entire document that outlines how to do a protest. I think it also outlines like who can you connect with to make sure that your protest is going to be effective and meet the expectations and all of those different pieces. So this isn't speaking to like a legitimate approved protest or a protest that's in I don't want to use the word public forum because that's not the phrase that I'm trying to get, but
like, let's say like outside of Milo Vale, like in a public sort of space where there normally would be one, this would be more talking about something if, let's say there's a class going on and people rush the class.
Right. Or if, let's say, they're trying to do an educational session over in a specific office and folks decide to sit in that space and not allow that space to be used. It all depends on what a space is categorized as, right? So most of the sidewalks are like public forum, for lack of a better phrase, but there are limited use spaces, right? So this is a limited use space. If folks decided to come in right now and be like, no, SGA, that wouldn't be allowed, right? Because you all have the right to utilize this space. And they wouldn't have the right to protest in that way with it being a limited use space. Does that make sense?
Just as Little, I'd actually like to yield time because someone brought something up to me that I thought was really interesting.
We only have like 1 more minute.
I know, real quick, thank you.
Yeah, I just wanted to follow up on that really quick. I don't know if it's necessarily good for university staff or administration to determine the efficiency of a protest. Because that can be a number of things, and I think with organizing, like, I don't know if it's up for the university to decide that. Otherwise, speaking on protesting with counter protesting, I'm concerned about this policy because if there's an individual on campus who is making a scene and a student group decides to counter protest that and it's disrupting the learning environment, I don't want that student group to be under these interim measures.
Okay, I think there was a little bit of confusion of what I meant by the efficiency of a protest. I didn't mean that the university gets to determine if it's efficient. I meant that we're here to support, right? Like, I want to make sure that any student organization, group, person that wants to participate in student activism can do so. But I'm thinking about like there are certain things that would be very harmful as a message. And so educating folks on, hey, this might be harmful. You can still technically do that because it's your protest, but is there a better way to get that message across? That's not a policy though, right? It's not us saying like, you have to have a policy or a protest that's efficient and effective. It's if you're going to have protests, I really want it to be, and we want to help kind of ask questions to help folks think about what is the best way to protest an issue. Did that make sense?
I'm really sorry, that is time again. So we want to keep going.
Senator Brickland?
Sorry, one word.
Did you have a point of order? Okay, motion to end questioning and discussion. Is there a second on that motion? Okay, seconded by Senator Hirschbaum Harding. We now enter a period of voting on ending discussion. All those there's no discussion on that. There's a point of order. Point of order.
My point of order was to say first that we had that time limited, but then also that you have been here for an hour.
Yeah.
We want to be mindful of that.
Who seconded that?
Second by Hirschbaum Harding. All right, all those in favor of ending discussion, please raise your placards. All those opposed? All right, can you share discussions up? Thank you for coming.
Yeah. Yeah.
What?
Well, yeah.
Oh, wait, that's not
I just don't want to mess up your step order.
Oh, no, it's fine.
How many did we get?
What? Okay. Oh boy, where was I? Oh, thank you. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. All right. Next on the agenda, let's keep it rolling. Next on the agenda, we got SR 2324-033, which I have somewhere over here. It's one of these. It is one of these. I thought it was one of these. It's definitely one of these. It is this one. Beautiful. All right. Is there a proposed speech? No fun speech? That's all right. All right, we are entering discussion. Oh, you do have, okay. I was like, I can give a promoted speech. I like that was so much, it's okay.
So I was wondering if people were looking at me and I was kind of. That's so confused.
Like this way.
Yeah.
Let's go through
No, I'm good. Thank you. Okay, so this is the presentation for UPFF Fund A allocation. So according to Board of Regents policy, Senate does have to approve the SABC allocation prepared by the SABC commissioners last Tuesday. So we can take a quick look at that spreadsheet. Just some important things to kind of keep in mind. So here are all the names of the members that were on that commissioner board, in case anyone wants to contact or just for your information. Okay, so Student Government Association was allocated $461,306. The Gateway was allocated $168,179.40. Maverick Production was 100,000 even. So the total allocation would be $729,000, no, $729,485.40. So the two links here, the first link is that working spreadsheet with all the specific allocations along with the votes for each line item. So as we can see, so the fee this year, so it would be 23-24, was $23.96 for the Fund A portion. Next year, it will be $30.11. So that is an increase of $6.15. And then the second link is to the folder itself, with all of the results, the organization materials and resources. We did have open forum submissions, so I also wanted to include those. Under resources, you guys can also find the agenda of each night as well. I just realized I forgot to put in like the link for like the YouTube live recording, so I will put those in there too once I head back to my seat. So kind of going off the resolution again, the increase. So the point of this is to also add questions to the 2024 election ballot, which is necessary according to University of Nebraska Board of Regents policy. So the three questions that will be added if this passes is, do you approve the allocation by Student Government Association of a part of student fee income in support of the Gateway? And then the next one is for Maverick Productions. And then the third one is, do you approve the allocation by Student Government Association of a part of student fee income for salaries for student government officers? And then obviously each one is followed by the fiscal year. But yeah, any questions? Yes, Senator Warren.
In the therefore be it finally resolved, does student government officers refer to like agency directors?
I'm gonna be real, that is the question that Board of Regents gives us. So I assume so, yes, that it would include agency officers. Yep, yes.
I have a point, so, this is like super obscure, because it, came up last year, when there's initial like discussion for all that. Dating back to, and thank Ian Parmley for all of like his lots of work putting into diving into archives. Found that back in the 90s, there was a election in which there was student government, this was on the ballot, and it got voted down. The next year, school legal counsel decided that agency directors are considered employees of student government and not officers of student government.
Oh, okay.
So I could share that documentation. Yeah, I'll share the documentation with you.
Yeah.
But that was determined by legal counsel back then, so I was just like, I just wanted to know if you would. I wanted to share that with you.
I didn't know that. That's pretty cool. Any other questions? Okay, also like a small point of information, not wanting to affect anyone's response. Heads up that if this does get voted down, we will have to repeat the SABC process. So that means we would all go through deliberations once again. That is not just here, but like if it gets voted down at the elections or in any of the steps further, such as. Yeah, any other questions? Again, I'm gonna plug the feedback form for Monday once again. Senator Moore.
Should I abstain from voting for this because of my ISS? Sorry, I guess that should be like a point of information or clarification. However, what do you?
I will pass that to Regent Latoro.
Okay, so I'm gonna power trip a little bit with the parliamentarian title. So as we have the, I'm saying this right. So as we all have a decent amount of conflicts of interest in trying to vote for our own resolution, since we are trying to pass the government's budget, I think that it's not special enough to warrant you not voting for the resolution, or you abstaining.
Okay, so I can vote, just to clarify. I was a little confused. Okay, thank you.
Senator Berkland.
I'm not sure if I'd like to answer that question to you just a minute.
Normally the court speaks as one. However, I will point you to the policy index if you are really concerned. It is normally best to clarify your conflict, which you have. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
And it's ultimately up to you to whether or not to decide if that conflict is great enough tonight to really impact it. I would say for the senators who took part in SABC, they obviously have a larger invested interest.
Okay.
But ultimately, that is your decision.
Okay, thank you.
My apologies, yes.
Regent Latour.
Yes, the senators who were commissioners.
Yes.
Please do not, please abstain.
Okay, any other questions? Okay, sweet. Thank you.
All right, and then I'm just gonna continue the power trip a step further. Am I very controversial? It is not my position to make this judgment. I'm not gonna hate you if you vote either for or against something, even if you're in that position. All right, my little power trip over. All right, the floor is open for this sort of discussion on resolution SR 2324-033. Sorry, that's a non-sequitur, but.
Let's go. No, it's not.
All right. Something I would like to pose is the reframing of the language on the ballot measure from student government association officers to student government association employees. Yeah.
That is the question that is specifically stated in Board of Regents policy.
Mhm.
I would not recommend changing that.
And I say that primarily because last year it was a different question that was put on the ballot. And we have the legal counsel ruling back from when this was originally posed, stating that they are not, and I could pull that up actually, stating that they're not employees. So I think that in the sake of perhaps not jeopardizing a rejection vote and having to redo SABC, because when that is read, people interpret it as our senators getting paid and having questions about that. We're making it a little bit more clear that it is the employees who are in that position. So that's a rough on that. Yes, Director Cumberland.
I would suggest against that specifically because that is from a long time ago. And the Board of Regents policy has been updated since then, which kind of shows me that like, if the change needed to be made, they would have made it, is kind of my logic behind it, since it's been updated since.
Well, I would, you know, go to stand that in that case, it would be if we wanted to, for example, we had year after year, there's been a retained issue with the Director of Administration. Where I know that there's existing policies on the board where it's like, we don't have a Director of Administration. If we were to decide to say, hey, we're going to institute a stipend for that position, in recruitment through that ways, that's the way that I tend to interpret it. And we do have that precedent where the language, and I will actually pull it up here, is the same as it was used in the 90s per the standard thing. And because we have the precedent of last year, there being different language, without that blowback, I see. Yeah, Director Cumberland.
I mean, I guess like maybe I'm just confused, but my question is like.
I would like to pull it up, but sorry.
So I guess my question about that is like, so was last year's just like a mistake? Was the question just written incorrectly on the resolution? Cause like, I mean, like my logic and like, I do want to listen to everyone else, but my logic behind it is that like, I literally copied and pasted those from Board of Regents policies to make sure that they were exactly what Board of Regents policy states. And I feel like since Fund A, it's like, I know, I feel like it's a lot of high stakes here and it's like specific to a policy that we should stick to Board of Regents policy. My logic is that if someone does want to escalate this and ask administration or anyone else about that wording, I don't know how they would go about doing so, but if they choose to do so, we can always write another resolution to change it, is my logic. That's like Board of Regents policy. So I would prefer sticking to this.
Senator Brennan.
Yeah, so if we do change the wording, wouldn't it just be more helpful to put out a little information post for people that are voting, saying, hey, when we say student government officers, we are talking about da-da-da, da-da-da, da-da-da. We are not including da-da-da, da-da-da, da-da-da. Rather than trying to risk something where if we do get in this trouble with Board of Regents, we jeopardize just having to go through this entire process again.
And that does make sort of clear here. I'll give this someone else. I've talked a lot. Did you?
No.
Okay. And it does make sense as a way. It's just, I wanted to make sure we had the tool. So last year it was on the ballot, it was for each individual agency, having their like director, and it was like framed in like director. I think it had to do with director salaries. So it just was specific to the position. So far as that's concerned. So that would make sense to market it as that way. Yeah. All right. Seeing no further discussion, I guess we'll enter a period of voting on this resolution. All right, all those in favor, please raise your placards. All those opposed? All right, including chair, the vote is 10-0. Yes, Senator Wong?
I'm moving the group for 5 minutes.
No. All right, we're moving for 5 minutes. Is there a second? Second by Senator Brooklyn. Well, now enter a period of voting. I'm moving the group for 5 minutes. All those please raise your, all those in favor, please raise your placards. All right, good. 1, 2, 3, 4 in favor. All those opposed, please raise your placards. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, Nate's got it. We do not move the group. All right. So next up, we got it's 30. We got SR 20. Okay. In the interest of keeping this moving, we have SR 2324-30, opposition to discriminatory policy. Opposition to discriminatory policy. Is there a proponent?
Yes.
All right. Oh my God.
Are you okay? Okay.
Okay, thank you. Thanks. First, just want to preface, I literally made a mistake and forgot to add Keely as an author of this resolution, so very sorry about that. Please make a motion recommending to add Senator Warren after I'm done. And I'll be honest, yeah, a lot of this was taken from the last business meeting. So again, thank you, Keely and Jess, for helping with that. Yeah, so I guess just kind of going through this resolution and giving you all as much context as possible. I'm really just gonna scroll through here. And I also made a mistake of calling it a policy. I don't believe this new language is a policy because it's not written anywhere other than an email. And I don't think it really constitutes as that when it's not written in the student government bylaws, the policy index, or student handbook. So I made a mistake of calling this a policy language. But I got an email that said that it was a new policy. I can scroll to that really quick. It said we have to now ship items from that, agencies get to the SLII office. And it was effective immediately, and none of us were consulted on this. And there was no transition period. So it really just affected WGC the most because we send parenting orders directly to parents' houses. And to me, it just seems like a bit of a overstep in policing from administration. when that's student government's job and not theirs. So yeah, that got changed. I tried to ask more questions about the policy, as you can see in Exhibit 2. And tried to ask if, once these orders do get to the SLII office, if myself or WGC board members can transport these items to the food pantry, just because our parenting students already have a very great relationship with the food pantry and maybe not so much with SLII. And we really just want to make sure we're not continuing the stigma of people getting basic needs, which happens quite a bit. And I was, told that couldn't happen, which I thought was odd, because if this whole language is about sending stuff to university addresses, I don't understand why it was limited to just one office. So I'll just keep it at that. I don't fault Sierra in any way for this. I think, she was doing what she was told, or just trying to keep in compliance with this, which I completely understand. I know it's a really tough position to be in, but I thought it was really disrespectful that people in administration were dictating whether or not a meeting could happen to make sure that this language was actually implemented correctly, and so that student parents felt secure in this process. So I was just not really happy with how that went. I sent an email to parenting students who have ordered from us in the last month about my frustrations and trying to do everything I possibly can to make it easy for them to get their items. And I did refer them to talk to their dean of students. So I did have a parenting student reach out. You can see the email on the resolution. And the response that was given back was really canned and tell students to rely on a different resource. And I don't think that's a great thing to do when we already offer a resource. So really, we need support right now because parenting students aren't getting the things they need, and it's affecting them as students in an academic way and with their families. And to me, it just doesn't sit right to be a university that centers so much of our services on care. And right now, we're not doing that. So what I'm proposing right now, I guess, is for student government to, 1, voice its support for our parenting supplies program. 2, for student government to release a formal statement in opposition of this language, both on social media to SLII, the business office, and the dean of students, just so it's made aware that you all don't agree with this, and it's made it harder for parents to actually be a student. The next thing is just recognizing this pattern of really policing agencies, which I think is unfair, and it's an overstep. And honestly, to urge the decision makers in charge to revert the policy, because this process has now been collaborative. We were invited to a seat at the table, and even when a meeting was scheduled, agency directors weren't invited. And I know there was conversation about us being added later to the conversation, but it's not transparent to me, and I feel like it's just a way to get rid of our services. And I'm just really not a fan of that. So that's what this resolution does tonight, is really just examine what's been told to us. We're asking for support. Agencies need it. And I think if student government really did care for its agencies, it would vote for this resolution tonight or reconsider Keely's old resolution. I think that's still an option. But that's just where I stand on this. And it's been very frustrating these past few weeks to be told that student government may not have jurisdiction over this, or that maybe we should have been the ones to reach out to administration. And I tried to extend an olive branch, me and Madeline, from the food pantry with SLII, and then we weren't even able to meet. So that's where I'm at. I will answer questions to the best of my ability. And I'm here as a resource tonight. So if people have questions during discussion, like debate, please ask me. Or Director Cudball.
Okay, so my question, if you could scroll back down to Dean of Students Pettit's response to the email. When I saw that, I mean, like, again, this is my personal interpretation of it, so please, like, if you don't agree, please let me know, but so on there, the way it was worded to me kind of very seemed like, hey, like, we're gonna try to figure this out, we still offer this, but if you do want to go to, like, if you want some additional resources on top of that, please reach out to them, which is why, like, I'm kind of not only like concerned that it's being phrased that they don't care, because like, I mean, for me, it's like, I think her offering additional support, I don't think it's like an alternative support, like an additional one on top of the essential supplies program is like, I don't see that as a negative, and I just kind of want to hear more about why you guys think it's more of an alternative rather than like an additional offer.
To me, Dash does great work, Office of Partnerships does great work, met with Rachel before, she's awesome. I just feel like this really didn't say a whole lot, it didn't even talk about the scholarships, like when she included the part of the website. And a scholarship too is a one-time thing where we're offering more recurring steps for parents. Scholarships also take a long time to process, and they may only be able to be used for certain things like tuition or fees. So to me, it just seemed a little canned, if I'm being completely honest. Senator Gomez.
So if this were to get passed tonight, could you explain kind of what you think, or what you think the formal statement should include? Is it going to be just kind of like making it known what this new policy is, or us saying that we disagree with it in its entirety and want them to change it because they're putting limitations on parenting?
All of the above. Gotcha. That's what I would love, but also I'm not in a position to be like making that. I kind of feel like that's up for the Senate to decide. Ideally, I would like something like that. And I feel like this language hasn't been very transparent because it only got sent to agency directors and it hasn't been sent to like the whole student body. So it just felt a little like a smack in the face, because then, you know, I have to reach out to parents and I can have workers pending who have been waiting for weeks, and I'm saying, hey, we just got updates that XYZ, and now we're facing blowback and not the people who made this policy. It's very frustrating. Senator Berkland.
That does make a very frustrating position, and I'm sorry, you have to look at it. I was wondering, like, what do you know about the reason why this policy was implemented and why it had to be implemented immediately, so that we could get a little bit of like your understanding of the situation, what you think included, and then maybe open it up to Sarah or other leaders.
Yes, so in the email I got on whatever day it was, it's up here. It was said because the business office reached out to notify us that auditors had reviewed and flagged some agency purchases, and they didn't necessarily explain what it was. This is largely due to purchases made with university dollars, which this is student dollars, not university dollars, being sent to individual addresses. As best practice, we've been advised to have all orders sent to a university address and then list it below. So that's how we were told, and we weren't really given any like extra reasoning. I'm not sure if Regent Latour or Vice President Ostick have been given additional information, and if they have, I would like for you all to say that.
You want to go first? You want me to go first? Okay, so on Thursday, March 7th, it was the same day as, later on there, I had a conversation with Kathy Pettit about this about this policy, and I had asked about the audit and those things, and she said it was a part of a series of checks and balances on the agencies, which to me seemed like a discrepancy between the reasoning stated as to it being an audit through the business office versus it being a check and balance on the agency, because those have two different they have intent. It could be, not necessarily mutually exclusive, but have two different sort of intents. So that was something that when reaching out, because after that meeting last week, we kind of decided that this was something that could be better handled talking behind, closed doors and talking with administration that I found to be a little bit startling. And she stood firm in that policy. Regent Tora, I don't know if you want to share any of the context that.
Yeah, I'd say that beyond that, we also tried to see if there was.
We
Yeah.
can start making people come down.
Oh my God.
We're gonna be here
forever.
I mean, but we're gonna do this little runaround thing.
I'm gonna switch off of Robert. Okay. Disrespectful. No, so beyond that, Nate's conversation brought up a pretty interesting point that I wanted to see a little bit more if there was any.
We close in the side conversation and go in there. Just I couldn't hear him from here.
Yeah, totally. So after Nate's conversation with Kathy, I wanted to see if there was a little bit more grounding to that evidence and what the audit had been saying, what the reasoning was for that policy. So I checked with the university system people at Varner. I saw what audit that we had just done towards the end of 2023 that didn't really refer to activities from student organizations and its provisions that, so we have an interesting system of audit with the university system that we have an audit committee from the Board of Regents that works throughout the year to try to make sure that university offices are running with financial compliance, that they're running with a way that isn't exposing us to any kinds of financial risk. And as they work throughout the year, we also have an auditor that comes in every couple of years to confirm the results, auditors from the state of Nebraska. So that auditor will, in addition to checking over their numbers, will also provide recommendations on ways to stay financially responsible, avoid any kinds of financial challenges in the future. And often it speaks to things like dealing with the IRS, taxes, issues like that. Again, there was nothing about student organizations in that report. So I'm thinking, okay, maybe this is something that's at the campus level. So I tried to see if there were any public audits from UNO available. I saw that we had a pattern of doing yearly audits until about 2021. I understand that COVID would throw a pretty hard wrench in that, but it still does seem that if there's an audit out there somewhere, we're not aware of it. So I'm just interested to see what the grounding of that policy language has been.
I'm sorry you're going through all this. I really feel bad that you feel discriminated against, especially. Could you explain that a little bit more, just so I know what you mean by the discrimination aspects?
I'm really sorry. Can you repeat that one time? There you go. Sorry, this mic was on. Do you mind just explaining the discrimination part of it, just so I can get? Yeah, I think it's discriminating not only against parents, but maybe people who might have accessibility accommodations. I know SLI is not open later hours sometimes, so it just seems like it might be a barrier for students who have to think about childcare and they have to think about their education and other jobs they have. And a lot of times what we're seeing is maybe student parents don't have a car. How are they supposed to carry all their items on the bus with a child and their food pantry bags and their backpack and all these other things? So to me, it just seems like we're discriminating against parents and we're discriminating against people with accessibility accommodations. Senator Bergman.
Do other student organizations face similar restrictions when it comes to signing against pressures, or has that been a previous I would say norm or policy, or was it just implemented?
Not that I know of, and this seems to only affect agencies, since I think it literally said that in the email that was. Yes.
I'm not sure if this was just sent to the agency. I think I remember language saying something. I think I remember language saying something to the effect of the policy affecting tier 1 organizations. And I might be remembering that incorrectly, and I will check in that in a second, but I think that is a little bit bigger.
I'm only seeing student agencies on this document,
There was a different
so
email
maybe
that
it's
was
different, yeah, maybe it's different, but you know, we've been doing this program since 2020 and there's never been a concern that's been brought up. And we've been shipping to student parents addresses since then, so I guess I was really wondering like, why now? Because we've been doing it for the past 4 years. Oh.
Is there is that to extend questioning?
Yeah, I wish to extend questions.
All right, there's a motion to extend questioning for 10 minutes. And also you're able to ask questions during debate if it's directly to a person, I'm just clarifying, but is there a second?
Take one of your turns.
It, you asking the question, yes. So that's a motion to extend questioning by 10 minutes. Is there a second? Seconded by Senator Piper. All those in favor of extending questioning 10 minutes? Please raise your placards. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. All those opposed? Standing chair, questions extend 10 minutes to
Yeah, so I don't know how to say this, but can I ask a question CR specifically during this time? Or how does it just question here?
Oh, we should probably wait until after,
Okay.
we get into general discussion for that.
Then I can ask my, a part of that question. So I know specifically in the email you did, there was a parent from the College of Engineering, which was a great concern to me. So I had an idea, I don't know if necessarily it would work or not, now thinking about it all very possible. But if the student leadership involvement and inclusion office was open to it, maybe instead of them picking up there, it would maybe be more convenient if they pick it up at their college. Like I know College of Engineering people spend a lot of time at PKI. So maybe just question, would WGC also be open to the idea of maybe if they're, instead of being able to pick it up at the food pantry, the idea that maybe they could pick it up at their college respectively?
Yeah,
I know that doesn't face all the questions and it's still a little not the greatest solution, but
Yeah.
this was just an idea that I had that.
my instinct. Since you mentioned College of Engineering, I think it'd be cool to have a hub at Scott.
I do.
I think that'd be really cool. So like, if housing was open to it, keeping the items in there, like, that'd be cool. Just for our Scott friends and people who are predominantly there. If it was Dodge campus, I'd prefer it to go to the food pantry, just because they're open later and like, we have student workers there and, you know, workers there who are able to, they've had those relationships, you know. They're able to kind of address that process. They have toys in there for kids if they bring their little ones in, like, you know, it's a nice space for them to do. That's why I prefer that, but I'm not opposed to having a hub on Scott.
Okay, thank you.
Great. Seeing no further questions, we'll enter a period of discussion. All right, question on the floor is SR 2324-30, opposing discriminatory policies. Yeah, Senator Coleman.
So I guess the main drawback for me, and I've noticed the main drawback for others, was the fact that this policy came out of this audit that was said to have been happening to protect students and everything. That's why the streamlining is happening. Now that we have more information, or I guess we have less information about the audit than we should have. And I would say I fully support opposing this. Not even, it's not even a policy, if I understand correctly, not a technical policy. But until there's more information or transparency towards this audit that's happening, I'd say we have every right and we should oppose this policy.
Senator Gomez.
Okay, so I have a request for information for Sierra. You could answer this real quick. So the whole reason why we aren't allowing this anymore is because of the university dollars and like the accountability behind that. So like that's the sole reason is using university dollars for this program and sending it out.
Is your right? Hello? Oh, so is your question is if the sole reason of having the shipment streamlined to our department to protect university dollars?
Yeah, yeah. Like, is it that the main reason?
I wouldn't say it's the main reason. So it is true, as Zoe had mentioned earlier in the exhibit that was shown, that the business office did contact us to notify us that there are some red flags. There are some purchasing just things that give the chancellor's office a bit of pause. And to the point of Hakeem, when it comes to that university-wide audit, as Kathy and Trent have described it, it's doing this internal audit to figure out how to avoid it from going to the university-wide audit and then putting any type of regulation on SGA and its agencies in that regards. I will say some of the questions that you all have raised this evening aren't not fair. To the point of having that meeting on Monday with said exec members, Kathy, Trent, I do encourage you all to elevate some of these questions to them to bring to the table. I do believe that as of Monday as well, part of what Kathy plans to do is reveal a bit of that audit or that audit as a whole to help provide, particularly Nate, Hakeem, and Alessandra, some insights to share with the rest of SGA.
Okay. I have a follow-up to that just real quick. So let's say the WGEC decides to start fundraising to raise money for, you know, the parenting products and stuff, and it's solely through donations and fundraising that they get the money. Could they then use those products that they are buying with that donation to send out and that donation money to send out? Or, I mean, what do you think about that?
What do you mean by sent out?
Well, because like to deliver it, because are they using money to deliver it, like university dollars to deliver it to the houses? So what I'm saying is if they, you know, start like a fund and get donations, can they use all that money to buy the products that they're sending out with the money from the donations to these houses? Because it's not using any university dollars.
In that scenario, would a reimbursement be entailed?
No, it'd just be through donations. Like if they were doing diaper drives and then like, you know, things to cover the cost from donations or things that they're doing on campus to, you know, get the money for that.
I would say if it's donations, then that what is done with those donations is not for us to say left or right.
Gotcha. Okay.
I have a quick point of clarification. It's student dollars, not university dollars.
Sorry, yeah, my bad. Yep.
Yeah, Senator Ramirez.
Yes, I'd like to give some of my time to Chief Justice.
Can everybody hear me? Do I need a mic? Okay, so I'm not speaking right now as Chief Justice Emke. I'm speaking as UNMC College of Public Health student worker Emma Emke, who works in finance. Part of that is I've had the privilege of hearing some more of the behind the scenes information of the financial aspect of our university. Since July 1, the previous president rolled out a plan that included a 1.5% operational cut in each quarter. So they are across the board, every place in the university is trying to reduce their operational cuts or budget, which includes
packaging and posting. I know in this particular instance, a lot of this is coming from student fees, but given that we've heard tonight that it is also a broad policy from SLII, I think we need to also understand that our university is in a deficit and they are trying to do their best to include healthy financial habits for the future. That is just a little bit more of a background information. There you go.
Director Condovalli.
Yeah. So my question, to again, to Director Miller,
was, I guess, I know the last time this got brought up through Senator Warren's resolution, it was mentioned that you guys were shipping to Colorado. And then we figured out that I think we found the policy somewhere on the website that said like those students weren't paying Fund A dollars. So I guess my my overall question is, would you prefer that they get shipped to the Maverick Food Pantry more than, or like they can pick it up from the Maverick Food Pantry more than them going back to shipping to their houses? Or are those like kind of like rolling terms that you're?
Yeah, I watched the debate last time this was brought up. And since it was such a huge concern, we've ceased that relationship with that parent. So we're no longer doing that. I think when it comes to verifying who pays UPF fees, that's more difficult. A lot of online students don't pay that, and why should we be denying them parenting supplies? I also don't have, me and the food pantry do not have a way to verify UPFA fees, who gets them. So I'm not sure what the solution is for that, but it just feels wrong to me to deny someone who just doesn't pay the $23 or whatever, to not allow them to have parenting products.
Have a follow-up question.
Yeah, Director Thunderwall, this is your second.
Yeah. This, I guess. Thank you. Is just a clarification on, I know that through the payment process, you guys have been sharing that information for shipping then. So would it, I guess another question, like, would it be possible for that like check to be done through the advisors? Because I'm sure the advisors can see that information through like Mavlink and stuff. So would it be possible to have that check in place for the advisor to check before shipping out? So like that way it could be like, hey, like, could you guys check on this? If it is okay, could you guys then go ahead and like allocate those resources, if that makes sense?
So check if they paid the Fund A fee.
Yeah.
And then determine from there whether or not they get the items.
Yeah, like, cause you were like, I don't know how we would check that.
I would prefer not, because I don't want to deny a parenting student this resource when like maybe they're online because they're a graduate student, and a lot of graduate programs are online, and it's like, why, I just don't understand why we would deny a parent that when they're not paying the fee, because it's like basic needs, and it just really rubs me the wrong way when we already put so many limitations on a program like this. And even in the community, it's long waits. It's long waits, and sometimes they have ties to organizations that they might not feel comfortable with. And this is usually their last resort. And I just don't want to be like, as a university, we should just not be denying students that opportunity. And like people were saying, we're in a budget deficit. So we need retention. So we need to provide these products to have retention. So to me, it's just very like, I'm just not a fan of that at all. And I don't mean to be like rude about it, but that's just how I feel about it.
Yeah, Senator Warren, and then Senator Burke after.
I think the main issue here is that we're looking at this as an issue of money and not of student parents like getting the resources that they need. There are a lot of ways to do what the university wants to do, and not all of them involve cutting off people from resources that they otherwise do not really have a way to get. And I think considering UNO puts so much emphasis on having a culture of care, they cannot truly claim to do that if they're going to cut off this entire group of people from resources just to save a few dollars. I think we can do a lot of work to explore alternatives to this, and I think a lot of those alternatives can actually accomplish the primary goal of serving students. I'd also like to move to add myself as a co-author on the resolution because no one's done that yet.
All right, we have a motion to add Keely as a co-author. Is that second, Senator Coleman? All right, we're now entering into a discussion on adding Keely as a co-author. Yes, Senator Schmalberg?
I support it, but are you sorry, I'm directing this question directly to Senator Warren. Are you sure you want to be added as an author? Because it means you can't technically vote on it, and I want to make sure that you get to have your opinion voiced on paper too. Like, if you want to be added as an author, I'm more than happy to support whatever is most indicative of the work that you've done. I just want to make sure that like you feel comfortable with the fact that that changes the voting rights, just because I want you to have the power that you deserve to have.
I have a quick point of order.
To my knowledge, yeah. To my knowledge, Senator Warren wouldn't be receiving a personal benefit from having that vote passed. As such, it would not qualify as a conflict of interest to vote on a resolution you authored, unless there is that actionable interest.
Yeah, Senator Palmer.
Point of information, we confirmed last Senate meeting that being an author means that you would benefit from it passing because you're listed as an author, which means that authors are not supposed to vote for the things that they've authored. That was something that we had, Director of Integrity Jet and, Chief Justice Emke discuss at the beginning of last Senate meeting. Which was also the way that we then conducted ourselves, which is the assumption that we should be working on based on the policy fix.
Well, if we're going on.
No, I mean, clarify, because in the policy index, it does not explicitly state that as an author, you're not allowed to vote, and is not listed as a conflict of interest.
And beyond that, if we were.
But yeah, I'm sorry, keep going. Either somebody.
I'm skipping.
2 points of clarification. One, should Director Condovalli get 2 turns because both of her turns were used as questions directed towards a specific individual? Second, could I ask Chief Justice Emke to please clarify the situation about conflict of interest, as she has been mentioned several times, and so has the court interpretation.
All right, I'm gonna take that as I can speak. In this session of student government, the court has a ruling that states if you are an author of a resolution, you are not to vote. It is considered a violation of the human resource policy and then subject to disciplinary action. If there are any other clarifications that Director Jett or I or the court could provide about that section, please let us know.
And I would like to make a statement of clarification. As far as my knowledge, I was not aware that there was a finalized court ruling. I thought that was a parliamentarian ruling on that sentence, so I rescind.
Can I redirect the question to Keely just so I can get an answer?
Yes, so because we're keeping it like out there because it's still been a question.
Since we now have a definitive answer on that, as long as we're all very clear on the fact that I did write the first half of that, I don't need to formally be listed as a co-author.
Excellent. Yes, we are also in a motion right now where we are in adding this an amendment, so let's like get out of this. Perhaps, did you second? There was a second,
Yeah.
Senator Coleman. So, is there any further discussion on adding Senator Warren? Seeing none, we'll now enter a period of voting. All those in favor of adding her as an author, please raise your placards.
Yes. Oh, wait, no.
All right, raise your placards. Yay or nay? Yes. Hey. Okay, sorry, I get how that's confusing. I'm asking for placards on voice votes. That is understandably confusing. All right, all those opposed, please raise your placards. Okay, the motion fails. Thank you. Senator Birkeland.
For my previous point, does Director Condovalli get 2 more turns to speak because she specifically directed her questions towards one individual and asked for points of clarification, even though she didn't say it, say it in writing? And also, that's a point of clarification for me.
Here, I'm checking out policy index right now because I want to just check on this. That would count as a speaking. Those questions directed. Senator Murray.
I don't really need the mic because I speak pretty loud, but I'll use it anyways. I know there was a point mentioned that this isn't a financial, this isn't a part of finances, more of us taking a stand. I would like to point out this is a part of finances. This is a policy made to deal with a financial point. And these are very quick calculations that I ran, but if we're going to use the current numbers, students are asked to pay, heck, we can't even use an inflated one. Students are asked to pay $30 into the UPFA fund. For 2 semesters, that's around $60. I understand that isn't an insignificant amount of money, but I am talking about that increase to specify my point. If we take, to my understanding, the food pantry allows about $70 worth of products to be able to order through the parent supply. 75? All right, let me type that in real quick because that does change the ultimate total. All right, so if we do the math, they get about, I'm assuming this is also available for a the entire period, like from the beginning of the semester to the end of the semester.
July 1st to June
Okay. Okay. So they get a lot more support than what I was thinking. So I did not mean that like that. Gosh, what I'm trying to emphasize is they get about $900 worth of support throughout the entire year. So to ask that they're simply paying about $60 in, it feels like it's almost like insurance, like you're paying money in to receive the benefits. And I think that while it's not, while I do think that parents should be able to get the like supplies that they need, I also believe that what we're asking in return is not a subscription. And I wasn't really thinking of it as a subscription. I'm just gonna end my time now because this has turned into a massive. I'm ending my time.
All right, Senator Harding.
I just want to say, I think I made it quite clear last time that I'm a huge supporter of this program. I mean, I helped reword that resolution trying to get it passed. I voted in favor of that resolution. I'm really, really a supporter of this program. And I think that if this is causing barriers for our parents, especially as people who the transportation is much harder when you got a toddler trying to run into the street and you don't have a car, I'm very much hoping that we can get back to this shipping. I have to be upfront that the specific wording and approach of this resolution, I don't think that it is concrete enough in my opinion, or that it makes sense to what my goals would be. I think that it is perhaps I feel that there needs to be a slight balance between I want to empower the WGC, that's my priority. I want to make sure our parents are taken care of, but this one just looks like it's more anger towards the business division than it is the actual hope for a change and that conversation, unlike the last one. So I think if we were to bring back the old resolution, that is, I fought for it last time, I'll keep fighting for it. I can't say that I am completely comfortable with all of the wording that's involved in this resolution, but I say that not just to voice my opinion about this resolution, but because I want there to be this solution, because I think this parenting program needs to be at full capacity. I supported its funding during SABC. I will continue to support it in any way I can, because this program, I think, is one of the most invaluable that we can provide for people who are really in a difficult situation. I want us to be able to get back to having that equitable distribution of these products, but I have to be upfront in just voicing my opinion that something about the way that this is worded and the brevity of the resolution is a little bit concerning to me, just from a logistical standpoint on this end. So if I were to put my backing between one of the two versions of the same concept in a resolution, I did prefer what we had last time and would prefer to build upon that and add more concrete resolutions to that previous resolution, or sorry, concrete resolved to that one than this one. This one just, something about it just doesn't feel like it's been ironed out in a more direct way, and I have concerns about the implications of some of the statements that we are being asked to make in the therefore be it resolves of this. But I want that parenting program back, and I would like us to see other work that we can do to make sure that that's happening, because that program is super, super important to our students.
Are you interested in motioning to reconsider the previous
Not yet.
resolution? Or, okay.
I think we gotta do this one out first.
Yeah, Senator Gomez.
So I'm going to follow up on what Senator Hirschbaum Harding said. I support this idea, this resolution, but I don't like the idea of keeping what we're going to be saying open. What I think we should be doing is, telling the students what this policy is and how it impacts parenting students, but keeping it just at that, not going into how these students are facing discrimination. I think that will kind of speak for itself in just those first two things that we say. And then, take to the emails and reaching out to those other parties to kind of talk about in more detail kind of how that's impacting students. I don't think that's something we need to take to the public and, kind of like attack the university. And also come up with like a way to compromise, maybe not. I don't know if they're going to be open to reverting the policy because they seem very stern on that, but just, urging a compromise, maybe that to give the WGEC more time to have their parenting students adapt to this policy, maybe go until the end of this end of the year, end of this school year, to give them more time to figure out ways that they can maneuver this new change or something like that, that shows that the WGEC and student government are open to working together to find a common solution that works to support their students.
Senator Birkeland, and this is your first, correct? This is your first real speaking that's not appointed, correct?
Yep.
Okay, thank you.
I wanted to also kind of express what Senator Gomez and Senator Hirschbaum Harding have been talking about. I'm really concerned about the language of this resolution. I do believe that it's infuriating to have a program, especially like this, with orders pending to be just terminated immediately. I believe that is unfair, and I would hope there would be a good reason to do so, because it's really harmful to students. However, I really hesitate to put forward this resolution, not only because it's open, but because there will be a meeting to clarify what's going on Monday. And because this isn't something that needs, from what I can tell, needs to be addressed tonight, right now, because it's an absolute emergency. It is something we can still say in 2 weeks, and it will still be pertinent to the discussion. I don't think right now saying that this is discriminatory, following the wording of this resolution, I don't think this is the time to say it. Not because I don't think it isn't important to have our voice heard as a student body and to advocate for students who rely on these resources, but because we still need time to let the university clarify their position, to see if there are ways we can compromise without directly attacking the university, and so that we can actually collaborate with the university so we can find better solutions and figure out what went wrong and be able to do better in the future, because I don't believe attacking the university straightforward like this will be productive in the discussion moving forward. I do not want to be the student government who acts out in anger like this, not because we're passionate about students. You guys are passionate about students, and thank you for that passion. But the point of our organization is to make deliberative decisions, and ones that we think very carefully about so that their impact is maximized. And our words carry weight, and I don't know that I want to place that weight in these words.
Yeah, Senator Birkeland and Senator Gomez just made some points that I would kind of like to applaud as somebody who, and I'm just speaking here, and I'm sorry, I meant to kind of continue, but in a position where going into a meeting on Monday, having a little bit soft, having something like some weight behind student government as a body, not just a couple of executive officials, but student government as a body does think that there is a problem here, is very useful. But some softer language, could also be a very useful thing, where it is not throwing a stone, as that sort of thing, but instead saying, and that's why I thought the resolution last week did a very good job of kind of getting around, was how do we frame this in a way that's very respectful. So I would just like to toss it out there just right now before we continue this discussion, and maybe as a direction that this conversation can be. Senator Moore.
I would like. Could I yield my time to WGEC Director Zoe Miller and subsequently motion to end discussion?
Yes, and it will, that counts as one of your speaking terms, but yes, you can do that and then make that motion.
What Senator Birkeland and Gomez and Hirschbaum Harding said, completely agree with y'all. This was written in anger, and I'm more than happy to make amendments or reconsider the previous resolution. Because I agree, maybe the softer language will come across better. I think the reason for this language was just so you all have the most context as possible. So I'm completely open to doing that. And I just really do think it needs to be something that is solved tonight, because again, you all met as a body before spring break happened. It got voted down, and it's been since February 28th, I think, since this policy's been in place. So we're still leaving parents behind. And then if we push it back, we're waiting at least another week. And I just really don't feel comfortable not knowing how this policy is supposed to move forward when myself and the manager of the food pantry tried to extend an olive branch to figure out how to implement the policy, and then we got told the meeting wasn't necessary. So like we've tried to extend the olive branch and find a compromise, and I'm glad you all feel this way about it, but like I would really like something passed tonight that shows support, because it's been so long and I have parents who are very, very, very angry and frustrated with us because they don't know where their orders are or how to get them now. And yeah, I guess that's just what I'm trying to say. And also, I think Senator Gomez, you had a really great point. If the university did want to adopt this policy, I think it needs to be one, done the right way, because this wasn't done the right way. It was an email. It wasn't even consulted by you all. It's not put in any writing anywhere besides my email. But I would be open to letting this play out the rest of the fiscal year, of having a ship to parents, and then July 1st, when the new fiscal year hits, that's when we're able to adopt a new policy, just because over the summer, that's when change can happen in that transition. It takes time, and doing it in the middle of the school year just felt so disrespectful to me, especially because it was during that midterm time where people are stressed. It was before spring break. Like there were just a lot of things that I don't think were considered when this got sent to us. And I just want to make that clear to everyone. So just to reiterate, I'm open to any amendments on this or just reconsidering the previous resolution if someone would like to make that motion. I completely agree that we need to have a little bit softer language, especially if student government exec is going into a meeting on Monday with the dean of students and be able to actually show for, hey, our body does not approve of this policy, and we do need to find a more collaborative way to get this done the right way, because it just wasn't. We weren't even invited to the table. I know Director Shepner is here. Like we were not invited to the table on any of this. So if there's a way that we can send a message to them tonight and through Monday and then be able to make change happen that way, I'm for it.
Okay, so then there's a motion from Senator.
No, I'm
rescinding the motion, okay. Gonna go Senator Warren, then. You have a point of,
Information.
yeah, share your point of.
Again, like, sorry for my misinformation at the beginning during open forum. I just also want to put out there, like, I love all the questions you guys are asking, and this is like a personal thing where I'm like not able to remember all of them for my meeting on Monday. So if you guys want to like go ahead and email me, like I honestly would love to share some of these questions. Like I'm typing up my own docs of them. So just letting everyone know that if you guys do send me some questions, I'd be grateful to ask them to Dean of Students Pettit about it at our meeting on Monday.
Yeah, Senator Harding.
I think that I agree that I would like to at some point bring back the original resolution. I think it's just more oriented towards that idea of like, we are trying to create a resolution, but we're being very clear about, you know, who we're supporting. I want to first just acknowledge the fact that it is really important that we have some kind of statement of our intent as we walk into that Monday meeting. I would semi-argue that the fact that we care about this so much that we've seen 2 resolutions about it is a statement in and of itself that clearly we think that something isn't quite right. My only worry about bringing back the other resolution today is that I would like to see some of the information from Monday, just in case it might clarify things enough that we can find an easier solution that could just like kind of jump over any hurdles. And 2, if it doesn't provide a clear solution, we will now have more data to use, almost, I don't want to say ammunition because that sounds a lot more like aggressive than I mean, but it'll give us more data to work off of, where if we are not being met with the openness that we need from people higher up, then we have something to pull up on where we're like, dude, we even had a meeting and it didn't get where we needed to, or best case scenario, we have this meeting and it clarifies a lot of information and it's no longer it's extra information put forward as we look for a solution. So I think while I would like to bring that back if a resolution is not reached by Monday, I worry about doing so tonight before we've had the information in there, just because I'm curious to see what they have to say since we haven't gotten enough communication about it.
Yeah, Senator Warren.
I appreciate the newfound love for my resolution, by the way. It's very nice to hear. I do agree with Director Miller that we should be very careful and diplomatic about the language we use, particularly in the statement that actually would go out to the public and to the business office. But I think it gets to a point where the level of worry about being visibly angry about a very real issue that's affecting people becomes to be a disservice. I think, especially considering the circumstances in which this, I hesitate to say policy, this change was implemented, it does not exist in written form in any way that matters outside of an email. None of the like proper procedures were followed to implement this, and I think given the exhibits and given that Zoe and Madeline did their due diligence in trying to be diplomatic already, I think we can afford to be a little bit angry about it. This is a pretty concerning overstep of power, and I think when it comes down to it, we have to show that we're willing to stand behind the agencies and stand behind the students in a real and meaningful way without just like kind of sitting in a Senate room worrying about how it's going to make us look.
Yes, Senator Berkeley.
I have a
Oh.
point of information.
Nice.
The nervous laugh afterwards really says a lot, doesn't it?
Did I make a laugh?
No, I didn't.
No.
No, I'm talking about myself.
Okay. No giggles. Giggles are not allowed here. We're being serious.
Point of clarification, I just wanted to ask, like, with us talking about this resolution, us being worried about this, like, the way this is worded, why wasn't the original, resolution from Senator Warren used as a template for this? Because from my understanding, we wanted to table it, but we voted it down, not because we didn't agree with it, but because we wanted to get more information about the situation and because it was literally written during Senate. So I just wanted to ask why that wasn't necessarily used as a template, especially when we did agree on the language, or like, it was just about like, do we have enough information to do this right now?
Is that a direct question to me?
Yeah.
Okay. I guess I just wasn't, I guess I didn't have that context because I thought, oh, it got voted down, like, you know, why should I use that? And I guess I didn't really reconsider what like a reconsider vote would look like, I guess. I didn't know that was like a thing we could do in here with our current set of rules. So if I would have known that ahead of time, I probably just would have asked senators to make that motion instead of writing this. I guess like the reason I did it is just so the added context would be in there. And it was just easy kind of for me to be able to just write a separate resolution and put it in there. So that's the reason I did that. I guess if I wouldn't know the context that like why people voted it down, I probably wouldn't have done this.
Yeah, Senator Gomez.
Oh, no.
So I agree with Senator Keeley.
No, I think this is the second right now.
It's my second.
Yeah, it's a second. Yeah.
Because like the first one, there was like.
That was a lot during questioning. Yeah.
Yeah, you asked quite a few questions, but I think this is just. Sorry, it's been a long night. It's been a long night.
Yeah.
So I agree with Senator Keeley that, you know, we've taken the actions and that we should be a little angry. But my only fear is if we express anger throughout whatever we decide to do tonight, if that be take to social media or, you know, the formal statement, I'm scared that, you know, we don't really know much about what's going to be happening on Monday. You know, they might come and say, let's find a solution, blah, blah, blah. But depending on how we take to this, that could definitely influence their willingness to work with us. So I do think waiting, or, you know, if we do pass something tonight, don't use any anger, just to make sure that we're not, you know, cutting off ties or, you know, making it worse for ourselves in this meeting that we have on Monday.
Yes, Senator Hardy.
It's just more of a comment. I think just to be polite to Sierra, I'm sure this is hard for her. I would like to have her like meet as well. I don't think we should be, I mean, our advisor is part of this. I feel like we should wait for her to actually meet rather than making such a strong opinion.
Sorry, Marina, could you use the mic?
Yeah.
We can't hear the recording.
No worries. Okay, sorry. I just.
Can you hear me now? Sorry, I don't like mics.
I would just think like maybe as respect to our advisor, Sierra, like give her a chance to also meet in these meetings and she does a lot of work for us, so we should make her look good as well. So I agree that we should avoid using such strong language and maybe such rash actions before a dialogue between professionals and students can happen.
A request, for an amendment, this is just gonna, what?
Sorry, you go first.
Were you going to, what was yours?
I was gonna motion and debate.
I have a request for an amendment.
Okay.
Because
You go first.
going into, and I would also like to ask, President Latoro how he would feel about this as well. I would really like to have something going into tomorrow, just being able to talk about it as like, into Monday, for clarification, into Monday, long night. Just because student government addressing the question twice and voting it down, or and voting it down twice, puts it in a position where it's like, is this actually a priority? And it's sending a mixed message. So as a request for an amendment, I would like to see, perhaps that therefore be really like a reconsider or an effective a liftover of the previous thing tonight. That's a request for an amendment. Yes, Senator Berkland.
I'm gonna say my piece, and then I will, I'm gonna, motion to end discussion. Sorry, guys, you are subject to me for a few minutes. I understand that, oh, no, it's not on, I'm sorry.
Okay, there we go. I understand concerns that going into this meeting, having voting it.
Is that your second?
Yeah, that's my second.
It's my second, this is my second.
Okay, good, yeah, because the other point of order. Yeah, okay, got it. Look, yeah, this is the point of information, I got it. I got it, sorry.
I know that it's really hard to strike a balance between showing your emotions, especially in times when there is injustice occurring, as well as balancing that with collaborative intentions. I think we all I think that, again, I want to reiterate that our duty as a body is to be deliberative. It is not to be emotional. I'm not saying we can't be somewhat emotional as a body. I'm saying that is not our purpose. As people, we are more than welcome to show our emotions, but as a body, it is our duty to make clear decisions based in logic and argument. I'm not saying this isn't unjust. I'm not saying emotions are bad. I'm not saying that we shouldn't be showing them. But again, our words matter and our purpose is pretty clear. I also want to say that us voting this down twice may send a signal to some people that it isn't a priority, but anybody who watches or even engages with anybody, any senator on this floor right now, can see that it is a priority for a lot of people on this. And the only reason why we are voting it down, or we have voted it down, or we might now, from what I can understand of what everybody is saying, is because we don't think that it will serve the purpose of supporting student parents in the way that the resolution intends to. It is a strategic way, not of showing out, it's a strategic way of achieving our goal in supporting students. It isn't because we don't believe in it. It's because we believe there might be a better way of addressing it so that we can find solutions to the problem and not cause tensions that could hinder our progress. So that is part of why I want to be really careful about language and be really strategic about how we move forward, because again, our words matter and our positions are focused on words and deliberation. I also just wanted to say too that if anybody, tell admin to ask our senators what we believe in and why we voted it down. If we do, why we voted it down once, and why we accepted it once, or why we voted it down twice. Because I think it is pretty clear from the people in this room, considering how much time we've spent deliberating this and how many people have spoken about it and spoken up for it, even if they don't agree with the resolution itself, that it is a priority to us. Yeah. I'm done. I motion to end discussion.
All right, we have a motion and discussion, seconded by Senator Murrin. We're now entering pure voting on ending discussion. All those in favor, please raise your placards. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. All those opposed? 1, 2. All right, can you share the motion carries? Debate is concluded. We're now entering a period of voting on this resolution, opposition to discriminatory policy, SR 2324-30. All those in favor of this resolution, please raise your placards. We're now entering a period of voting on this resolution. All those in favor, please raise your placards. 1, 2, 3, 4. All those opposed? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. If any show the resolution fails 4-6. Let me clap because we have 2 more resolutions. I mean, we're more than halfway through. I don't know. I'm sorry. That's actually a Jeb Bush. That's a Jeb Bush one. That's a Jeb Bush one. Oh, okay. Yeah. No. Okay, so we have a moving group for 5 minutes. Is there a second? We have a second on Senator Gunness. All those in favor of moving the group for 5 minutes until 10:05, please raise your placards. What is that 5 minutes? Yeah. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. All those opposed, please. All those opposed, please raise your placards. 1, 2, 3, 4. Being chair, we do move the group for 5 minutes.
Thank goodness. Oh my God. Lord, like I'm so bored. Everything happens. Jackson, never mind, that's all anymore. Thank you. Sure. With popcorn. My favorite part. My favorite part of the audition is when I bring up my top chance. Oh wait, I'm in the camera. Thank you very much. Honestly, I've been hired on for capacity and I saw. No, I'm 22 pages. My page 5, I was like, wrap this up. I like this. I'm gonna start wrap it up.
Please do.
Just forget it. Like, not to be mean, and I need to echo another. It's the same, just because my like, I was like, I'm like, I can't.
Today's.
Dude, I had that loud in the middle of Senate. I was like, I gotta go. You should honestly like, feel, I think it's when I drink my caffeine. So the video can just see like.
I don't know the camera. I'm gonna check that.
Yes, Rosie, you leave your tree down.
No, you're not on the camera. You're not on the camera. Here.
Where? Actually, I think I was gonna lay it off.
Now, wait. If you want to do it, now you're on the camera. Now you're on the camera. Oh, you were on the camera before. Yeah, the camera's over there. No, you're not on the camera. You have to go like here.
We're laying down to show everyone how tired we all are.
Okay. Okay, you're off the camera. Keep laying down as you walk.
I'm gonna be a fan of this room, but you can like totally mess around with the camera.
Yes, it's really fun. We're gonna do it for a little bit.
So we were in the room with everyone else just making members to zoom in on. You're really good.
Whoa, because then you can just like pick a target. Anything goes here, I'm gonna find Haley.
You're on. Security camera is moving around.
It's a weirdly good resolution too, because now I
It's
can.
a really nice camera. You guys look great.
Haley, you look wonderful, but it's just like a horrifically good quality camera, and it's kind of unnerving. Because it can bring anyone in the audience and all this line on them. That's what I did is I spoke for all of FYLC.
Oh, that's pretty good.
I was gonna say, I'll get a full look.
So, like, again, no, I'm not saying, you know, I think you need stuff back, but
Hello.
Terrible. Jail. Literal jail. Sunken.
Wait, how does this one zoom out?
I'm gonna want to.
It would be possible to get both the chair and the it doesn't. Yeah, oh, of course not going.
To play my show.
Moving the camera around. So the camera, the rest of the time, is gonna be.
No.
It's gonna be.
So you said it's not him?
Yeah.
I can see you.
Hey, please, come on back. So we're moving on to the next. We got quorum. I don't, 1, 2, 3. Yeah, okay, we have 4. We do have 4. All right, so we're moving on to SR 23-24-31, approving purchase approval process. Is there proponent speak?
Yeah.
Okay.
You can.
After I grab my water.
Okay, so this resolution amending the purchase approval process. This is like not meant to hurt anyone's feelings, just want to like make that clear. It's just a barrier that I've seen as an agency director. This is not meant to hurt anyone's feelings who is a potential or like current approver in this process. But just a lot of times when agency directors are putting things into presence for approval, I'm just noticing that like oftentimes a barrier is like where the approval process is at, and it's taking like sometimes weeks to get things approved. Which like I said, for parenting students, like it's a real barrier for them. So, for example, I just got orders approved from February 15th today, and like I've had student parents wondering about these orders for a while, and it's just like trying to be transparent about how this process works, and that the system, I think, is the problem, not necessarily like the people involved. The director of finance is literally a student, and like putting that burden on that, I think is just like a little ridiculous, because like students have things to do and they can't always check purchase requests all the time. And again, with like the director of finance, like no hate at all, but they're like not our treasurer either. For our organization. I know there was stuff brought up in open forum how for other organizations, their treasurer would approve that with their advisor. But the director of finance is not our organization's treasurer. So that's like kind of my thought process there. With the student government advisor and like director of finance at the same time, I feel as though approving the purchases along the way is a little redundant. Just because we go through SABC every year where our whole budget's being approved. So I guess I'm just still a little confused by like individual purchases have to be by people in student government when we've already done that process every single year. We determine that this is in compliance with Board of Regents policies, things like that.
So I guess that's just like where my frustration is at the moment, and I know like people are talking about how maybe they don't like this resolution, that's completely fine. I just like needed to bring this to everyone's attention. So if it gets voted down tonight, whatever, don't care. I just need you all as senators to know this so we can fix this problem. And maybe it's not fixing it, this resolution tonight, but like, it really just needs to be a conversation because it affects agencies a lot when we put in things to presents. We have an event coming up, we need to purchase right away. And then it affects like how our event's gonna run because maybe we don't have that specific item we need. And it kind of encourages this reimbursement process when maybe agency directors don't have the funding to pay for it out of pocket and then submit a reimbursement that comes a month later. And it's just a whole huge thing that seems like screwed up with the system. Also, just for context, previously, the director of finance did not approve agency purchases last year and until Dustin Wolf left the university this year. So just like context on that. And then after he had left, that's when director of finance started becoming a part of that approval process. So that's just kind of my piece with that. I just like needed to make it known to the Senate and be transparent about this issue that I feel that many agency directors are having right now, and try to come up with a way to fix it. And also my ask would be to please have amendments if you are not like in favor of some language or maybe some things, but you want this problem to be changed. I think it was disappointing last resolution to not have any amendments brought forward when I think there could have been an opportunity to. So if people have amendments, please say it.
As a point of information, it was a little bit after Dustin left, as far as I'm aware, that the policy change occurred. It was similar, but it was later that when you're gonna have, but it was that similar time frame. So putting it chronologically, that is what.
That's my piece, unless you have a point of information.
Oh, I have a question.
Yes.
I'm sorry.
Yes, I'm done, so questions, I guess.
Okay, so my first question is, so as you guys don't have a treasurer, and I mean, unless you guys do you guys have a treasurer? I'm not aware.
All organizations are like required to have a treasurer in their roster, but we don't necessarily have someone who's like doing that work, at least for our organization. Other agencies, I believe, they might have one on there, but for us, it's like really me kind of doing budget things. But if it became a concern of like, we need the treasurer to approve it, happy to like make that process happen.
Yeah, I also, sorry, going off of that, thank you for your answer. Going off of that, I mean, my kind of concern with it was a lot of the wording. With it, I wrote down a couple things that kind of I was aware of. When I started reading the resolution, a lot of it says, sorry again, I'm trying to find it. A lot of it says tier 1 organizations. Would there be a senator willing to amend that to Student Government Association Senate and its agencies? Again, clarification. And then continuing.
I would also agree with you.
Yeah.
I would agree with you on that. So.
Yeah. Sorry, that was just something that came up. Another thing I was wondering about is I mean, the logic that I kind of approach this with is Student Government Association is one organization. Like from Board of Regents policy, it's one of the 3 that is approved to receive these fund day monies. So based on that, my logic is that if you go ahead and approve something, like any of the Senate is allowed to go ahead and submit something through that payment request form, and it has to be approved by the treasurer, or in this case, me as the director of finance. How would that differ for an agency since they're technically a part of our organization? I guess what my question is, what's the justification like for not having that director of finance role approve it? Whereas like all the senators would need it.
Can you clarify what you're trying to ask?
Yeah, I just rambled.
I might be able to talk a little bit about it, but keep going with that.
Yeah.
Like,
For example, Director of Leadership Development submitted stuff to purchase for an FYLC event. That had to be approved by me to go to Sierra, then Melissa for purchasing. As she is also a member of Student Government Association as a whole, why wouldn't an agency also go through that route? Since they're not a separate organization and they're within one of our agencies as an entire whole? I wouldn't argue Okay, so I would argue that we are a tier one organization, whereas an agency, not comparing it to a committee, but lack of better terminology, would be one of the subset organizations underneath us. So I understand your like perspective of saying it's not its organization, but since it's using Fund A monies, my logic is, wouldn't it make sense to have like a student government treasurer as a whole approve the purchase before it goes to Sierra or the advisor?
I feel like when we say like SGA and its agencies are one whole organization, we're kind of saying that the budgets are one whole thing. And I'm not sure the board reaches policy on that, but it seems like when I've read it that student government can't like directly allocate funding to organizations in it. So that's just where like my worry is, I guess.
Sorry, follow-up question. Is that okay?
Yeah, there's comments and questioning.
Okay.
There's other people in the queue.
Yeah, sorry guys, I promise this will be fast. So kind of going off that, if it comes back to me, I will ask again. I don't know where I was going.
Vice President Austin.
Yeah, so what you're referring to is in the bylaws, I believe it's, it's something section, in the budget part of the bylaws. It says that the Senate budget and its agencies' budgets are separate institutions. Is that what you were referring to when you say that we are different organizations? Although the agencies clearly in the bylaws are a part of student government to operate semi-autonomously. So they are a part of student government. But are you referring to that budget separation?
I think like both of your points, like yes, the budget separation, but also like if we are our own organizations, like why does budget committee not have a thing on presence? If like we are technically not another organization, why do we have presence is kind of what I'm trying to say.
Okay, so they're a registered student organization.
Yes, we are a registered student organization.
Okay.
Is what I'm trying to say.
That makes sense.
Or Director Connolly.
Sorry, I remembered my follow-up question. So kind of going off what you were saying of this is kind of going along with this. So my concern, as I mentioned in open forum, is that as someone who is Fund A treasurer approved, basically to handle the Fund A money, that I believe that it makes sense for the director of finance position itself to have approval process on it. But my bigger question is, why is the advisor no longer needed? Melissa is a business assistant, and when I talked to her today and honestly seeing her work and working closely with her, she does not really look at the rational most of the time. It's mostly just for quantity and stuff to know what to purchase and like when and where it needs to be delivered to. So kind of based on that, my question was, why was the SGA advisor taken out? And like, just like why in general?
I think the biggest barrier is just like, I know Sierra is really freaking busy and sometimes purchases just don't get approved timely enough. And that was the reason for it, to be straight up.
Follow-up question, promise, last follow-up question this time. Going off of like timely manner, I mean, what would be your description of a timely manner? And because I know that was brought up, what would be your description of a timely manner for this resolution and your guys' like timeline?
Like, if we kept the approvers in place, what the timeliness would be? Or?
Yeah, like I mean, I'm just saying, like hypothetically, like I do think this is very important and I like the idea, but I feel like also it's one of those where it's like, okay, well, what's a timely manner? And let's see if we can all make it in that timely manner, you know? So what would that timely manner be? Because the more I think about it, and you mentioned like we have an event and needs to come back, but I don't think it's reasonable to order something, even if we have Amazon Prime 3 days before and expect it to show up on the day of the event. We get a lot of approvals pushed through there, and it's hard to kind of like sit there and sift through all of them. And like you said, Sierra is very busy, but I don't think removing her from the process is a solution to that.
I totally get that, and like I agree, like why would you submit something 3 days before an event? I'm saying like there have been instances where we have tried to order something or potentially another agency has like weeks in advance, and then it maybe doesn't come until after the event is passed. So like for me, a timely manner would be 2 university days, like days the university are in session, like 2 days after we put in a approval, having the next subsequent person do it, and then after that, like I just feel like it just needs to like kind of go like this, unless there's an immediate concern, so. If someone were to submit a request on Monday, it would be my hope that by Friday, it's been purchased. Director Conlon.
As much as I love the idea of it being 2 days, I honestly do not believe it's a reasonable thing to ask a full-time employee to be able to, that would be like Sierra dedicating lots of her time to this approval form. As you said, she's very busy, and honestly, so is Melissa as she's ordering things for other organizations. My idea when I was thinking about timely manner is 2 weeks. Give it 2 weeks. And again, through that process, we like a reminder email never hurts. Like, I believe we had an interaction where you sent me a reminder email and it was like, oh yeah, I have to do that. Or like not even that, but like just be like, oh, hey, this is the status of it. I personally think 2 weeks, and this is again for the Senate body, that 2 weeks would be my description of timely manner, specifically knowing that like, I feel like it's very, like the reasoning you gave me was like considerate of time, but also other answers aren't considerate.
Yeah, I get it, and like, I don't know if I agree with 2 weeks, just because like, I'm thinking of parenting orders too, so if we get a parenting order Monday, I put it in Monday night, and then I'm waiting 2 weeks for it to be approved and purchased, and then it takes time in the past for it to ship to that parent's house or arrive to UNO, and then that parent has to pick it up. It's like, okay, now we're 2 weeks out, now I'm putting another parenting order, 2 weeks have passed for them to do that, so it's like, I feel like that could run into problems, or it already has really, so I think that's just where I'm at, and like, on Presence, we used to be able to like send reminder emails, I think that got disabled, so like, I can't, if Director of Finance has to approve, I can't like press the email button to send you a reminder, it like got disabled for some reason, which is annoying. Like directly through Presence, but I think that's just where like my frustration is at, because if something comes up where we have an event, at the end of April, and I'm like trying to think back, like, okay, like how long do I need to think about to get this order here? And what if it's like an international purchase where it's gonna take much longer, and I'm not sure about the timing on that, I'm just not sure if 2 weeks would be sufficient.
Point of information, real quick. Are you positive that was disabled or if the function was removed?
The icon's still there, and when I press it, it says error.
Let me look into it. I will.
Is there a point of
Yeah,
information?
I could say a point of, that's, and it's somebody.
Yes, Senator, sorry, Senator Berkland.
Yeah, I motion to extend questioning by 15 minutes.
All right, is there a second? Seconded by Senator Piper. All those in favor, please raise your placards. 3, 4, 5, is that 6? All right, that's hold on, 1, 2. Please hold them up so I can see if people are going up and down. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. All right, all those opposed, please raise your placards. 1, 2, 3, 4. On pinning your chair, it is extended.
I wanted to ask if there were any previous meetings or emails concerning time that went out to either to either Advisor Rosby or Director Kondavali to kind of communicate through the issue and figure out a reasonable timetable before this resolution is put forward.
No, I want it to be a conversation with the whole Senate, just because like it does concern student government. I just want it to be like a conversation with everybody, just so everyone's aware of the issue, because as senators, I feel like it's kind of, you're all shocked to facilitate this discussion too, and come up with a solution as well, and have input on this, so that's why I wanted to bring it to you all first.
Another question, kind of speaking of solutions, how do you propose we maintain accountability for organizations like yours? I'm not saying that like anyone would intentionally maliciously like purchase something using funds, but I just want to prove like in case something happens that we are good stewards of our students' funding. So how would what is the process for accountability if it's not going through student government, especially like, you know, our advisor or the director of finance?
Like I said earlier, it's like we go through that SABC process every year, which to me seems like accountability, because we're having those long, 7-hour discussions, more than that, about, why people deserve this funding and the reasons why and how they serve broad bases. But also, if like people are not satisfied with that, I would be open to including the advisor as an approver on it. And like no hate to director of finance, but I just feel like since it wasn't something done last year or the first half of first semester, I'm just really not sure why it got added. half of the year.
Yeah, because my question was more concerning individual purchases rather than like what SABC would cover, which is each line item.
Mhm.
Because you could say you purchased something from a specific line item
Yeah.
and say you filled it without having actually
Yeah.
filled the line item and get more funding later because of
Yeah,
it.
totally.
Yes, Senator Pepper.
Hi, I'm kind of out of it today, so if this was already like asked and answered, I do apologize ahead of time. I guess my question would be like, when you were experiencing like these issues of timeliness, like was there ever follow-up emails sent like before this, like to kind of like spark up a conversation of like, hey, like this isn't really timely, or like just reminder emails, I guess? Like was that ever sent before writing this and coming to us?
Like Navia said, I'd sent an email in the past, say like reminding her about orders once. It's something I've brought up to the three execs before president, vice president, and chief of staff, just to elevate to maybe exec meetings or advisor meetings. I think it got brought up today with Vice President Ostick's meeting with Sierra. I don't know. So I've elevated to certain exec members before, but to be honest, like no.
Point of clarification. Again, no hate to anyone, but no. That's honestly what the answer is. When that email was sent out, it was regarding presence not working. And that was a known fact that was being shared through campus and something. And I apologize if you did let them know. I was not told that the timely manner was concerning. I personally try to stay on top of it and send emails. We even checked up on an email today about stuff like that. So no, I haven't gotten any super like, hey, want to meet about timeliness concerns at all.
I guess this could possibly be a point of order. I feel like we're starting to leak discussion into questioning, so I just would ask that we we have discussion be in discussion and questions to be asked in questions. Thank you.
On the form, do you guys, I don't know if Mark is the correct.
Sorry, I'm so sorry, I can't hear you.
I'm sorry. On the form that you have for the parenting supplies, for example, do you market a time frame of when they should expect the supplies? Do you say, you know, they should be to you by this time, or what does that look like?
Yeah, usually when we put an order into present, when I put the order into presence, I usually say, hey, your order is being processed, I put it in. You should just expect it in around 2 to 3 weeks, just because of shipping delays and other approvals and things like that. So that's kind of an expectation from our parents, and it's been an expectation for the past several years, and really with COVID or during the holidays or things like that. So that's kind of something that they have an expectation of, and then, with some parenting orders that I put in on the 15th of February being approved today, like I've been getting email after email after email from parents who those orders were for, and they're like, "Where's my order at?" And I'm like, "I really wish I could tell you."
Thank you.
Yeah. Director Conley.
Point of clarification for that. I do apologize about that. Once I did actually go through and like read the resolution again, like this is, I feel like one of those things where I was like, I would have appreciated an email, because all it took me was 2 minutes to walk into Melissa's office and be like, hey, like, did you see this? Like, it's still not approved yet, type of thing, which is just my thought process behind it all.
Seeing no further questions, we will move into a period of discussion. The question on the floor is SR 23-24-31, amending approval purchase process. The floor is open. Seeing you're in discussion. Yeah.
I promise. Last thing.
Director Cannavale.
Sorry, again. Again, I just want to say I am really grateful that this was brought up. I just firmly do not believe that removing director of finance and SGA advisor will speed up the process by any means. Again, like I said in my open forum speech, Melissa hasn't ever dealt with the agencies like this before. I can only imagine she'll have questions if she has to go ahead and approve all of this. And kind of going off that, like, I love the conversation, but I really do want to push for the fact, like, please send me emails. Please kind of push for us to approve them. At least, like, I understand if it was like you've been emailing for a week or two and you have gotten no response. But like the fact that we haven't gotten any emails regarding this, or me personally, is kind of concerning to me.
Yes, Senator Moore.
Sorry. Should have put this better. Okay, so firstly, heck, I forgot what I was gonna say. Okay, actually, I remembered. So the director of finance is a student and has student responsibility. I am wondering if it is an undue hardship, and I cannot certainly say it is or not, but wondering if it is an undue hardship to place the burden of also accepting those or approving, sorry, those purchase requests. That's my one thing, but also, to be honest, I do think this did bring up great discussion, but a lot of that discussion, as I think at least I witnessed, was not between really the Senate so much. Rather, it was between Director of Finance and Director of WGEC. So it's a little concerning that it played out so much in front of us. That is all. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm gonna go to Senator Hammond, and I would like to add a piece and maybe a direction for the night. But yes, Senator Hammond.
I don't remember if it was Dr. Cannavale that worded it, but I agree we do need to change the language of the tier 1 organizations throughout the resolution, because that would just change a lot of things for the other organizations. Could you remind me how you worded that, if that was you?
Yes, I was seeking a motion to change tier 1 organizations to student government associations, Senate and its agencies. As like the word for each of those, and then tier 1 organization president to agency director and Senate members.
All right, are you motioning to make that change? Can I say SGA instead of Student Government Association?
It was just a clarity thing. SGA is fine.
Okay, so there's a motion to do that. Is there a second on that motion? Or I get ahead of myself. Seconded by Senator Piper. We're now having discussion on that amendment to the resolution, and it's in all instances where it says tier 1, correct? To clarify, got it. Is there any discussion on this amendment? Seeing no discussion, we'll now enter your period of voting. All those in favor of changing tier 1 organizations to SGA Senate and agencies, please raise your placards. All right, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 in favor. All those opposed? Standing chair, it is amended. All right. SGA. So one of the things that has just been kind of racking my brain is that resolution that may not be the most for sorting this out, and perhaps not tonight, because there seems to be some lingering questions as to the role of director of finance in relation to agencies, the role of approval processes, what the best way of working that out would be. I thought the novel idea of there being agency treasurers is pretty interesting, just because they do know their individual budgets better. I thought that was pretty novel, but it's something that needs more discussion. It needs rules committee input. So that's like, as far as like how this change is going, that's actually one of the concerns that Ben raised to me yesterday in a meeting that we had talking about this, whereas this is amending an approval purchase process. That I'm now starting to see those ways in which it lines up with like rules oversight and maybe needing some more thought about this. But I think it has been good that we've been, as other people have said, that we've been able to kind of bring this up and talk about this and just raise the awareness of this. Yeah, Director Cannavale.
Sorry, this is just kind of like a clarification and concern that I have about this is, Senator Moore, I really appreciate how you keep on bringing up that it's a burden, but never did I ever say it was a burden. And I feel like it's part of like the roles and responsibilities, because like I would have to do it for Senate either way type of thing. So I just wanted to clarify that although I really appreciate that, like, we're concerned about that that I don't think that's necessarily part of the argument here.
I'm going to say, is it all right if I, just for clarification, I know we voted, is senators, aren't non-senators able to submit approval?
would be officers.
Okay, so officers, I'm going to seek unanimous consent. If that's all right to say officers, is there consent from the people? Yes. Yes, I'm
Just question, where are you saying that?
Yeah.
Where are you talking about? And directors.
And then get rid of president.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'll submit purchases for approval with respect to, yeah, I got no problem with that.
Yeah, Senator Berkland.
Yeah, I'm not sure, like this resolution definitely needs to be talked about, I think, with Advisor Rosby and Director Kondavali before, and probably even Rules Committee before it should hit the Senate floor. I don't know how else to make the process quicker, but I believe that solutions between people who know the finances and the process better than we do as senators can definitely find a better solution for this. But for now, I just would like a more robust analysis of what can be done and better solutions proposed, not when it's 10:30 at night and we have a bunch of senators commenting on it, especially when we haven't had those individual discussions or meetings, or really even like much of a statement of the problem beforehand to our director and our advisor. So
Are you motioning was there a motion in there or was it?
I can motion to end debate.
You can motion to end debate, or you can motion to table it, or send it to Rules Committee. As a thought.
Motion to end debate.
Okay, we have a motion to end debate from Senator Berkland. Is there a second? Seconded by Senator Murrin. All those in favor of ending debate, please raise your placards. Well, all right, we pull in favor. All those opposed. Debate is ending. All right, now, once I finish typing this out, I'm just going to conduct the vote. We do vote. All those in favor of SR 2324-031, amending approval purchase process, please raise your placards. All those opposed. 1, 2, 6. Continue chair, please vote it down. 06. Tier 1 organization presidents, SGA. Yes, I think you're right. I just got. It just got. Yes. Yes. Thank you. I'm very tired. Okay. Next up, we have our last resolution, SR 2324-032, Microsoft Forms purchase payment request proposal. Yes, Senator Russell.
I actually motioned to table that resolution until the next Senate meeting.
We have a motion to table that resolution, seconded by Senator, that was really fast. Senator Morval. Okay, all those, is there tabling? All those in favor of tabling that resolution until next meeting, please raise your placards. No, you don't. I just want to table. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 in favor of tabling. All those opposed. All right, we have 1, so being chairs table 10. All right. Next up, we have reports from executives. President Dora.
Eva has one.
Oh, sorry.
All right, I'm going to try to be quick. Good evening, student government. It's been a busy time. What's new? Well, now we have assistant president, Chancellor Gold, has just been named priority candidate by the Board of Regents. Speak more on the search process and provide an update on what the entire Board of Regents has been doing next week at Circuit. Over spring break, I was speaking to a few representatives on each of our sibling campuses to learn more about how they separated their student government from their graduate student assemblies. So we're also going to try to see if we can add some more representation for our graduate students here in UNO. Plan to learn more on that. And as we said during open forum, we have that meeting on Monday. It's going to be very interesting with the new information we have now. We're going to bring back information from that and trying to move along in a decent amount of speed. Student code of conduct changes just happened. Got amendments that I did send out some information just a little bit ago to you guys. There's any feedback you have, if there's any items that you'd like to compile into our overall report, I would love that. And beyond that, now I've been saying I'm going to start office hours for a long time. And for a long time, it's been like Tuesdays, 3 o'clock that it was supposed to be, but then things kept coming up. No longer are things coming up. So by tomorrow, I'm signing that executive memorandum. And from there, we'll start using these office hours. It's a wonderful time for everyone in student government to practice transitioning. So any items that we have transitioning, we're going to be going over that. And we're also going to be working to try to standardize our transition process.
Thank you.
All right, so next week we have a committee meeting, our circuit meeting. We're gonna start doing transition work during that. Also, probably looking at some of these resolutions, having these more conversations to have time for that. As far as rest of today, I don't have anything else that will be of value. I can do a longer report then. Who's next? Chief Staff. Yeah.
Meetings next week, got a bunch of them, exact transition stuff, the election, very exciting. No director of administration, that's me, skip that. Director of DIA, Miriam just wanted me to remind you guys to fill out the forms you sent in the Teams chat, that's all.
Director of Finance.
I'm gonna send that form out on Monday, if everyone can please do it, I would greatly appreciate it. Again, please send me questions that you want me to ask on Monday, thank you.
Director of Integrity is gone. Director of Leadership Development.
Everyone please mark your calendars for April 9th. We have our FYLC event coming up. It's called Cause for K9, right? Yes. Like it, there's gonna be raffles. We also need a bunch of volunteers. So if you could block your calendars off for like an hour between 11:30 to 2:30, so you can help set up, tear down, and then also in a relative transition could be a great opportunity. Kevin and I have been planning the retreat and it is scheduled for next Saturday, March 30th from 4 to 7 p.m. Please, please, please fill out the RSVP form by this Sunday. We will be ordering food on Sunday. If you do not fill out the RSVP form, you will not get food. You can still show up, but you won't get food.
All right, Director of Recruitment.
Yeah, so next week I just have 4 interviews, one from CPACs, one with student court, and another mysterious candidate. I'm not sure which college they will be representing. And then another one from Senate Authority.
All right, Rules Committee, Ben is sick, everyone's having good thoughts and wish him well on recovery. Outreach Committee.
We were working again with FYLC this week. We started with that right before break. It's a delight. It's such a good time. They're really making progress. They're putting in hard work. We will start doing all our planning for gala. If you have any ideas, shoot them my way. That's it. That's all I have.
All right, DIA Committee.
Nothing to report.
Budget Committee.
Nothing to report.
Civic Engagement Committee.
We will have some 2 to 3 tabling for voter registration sessions over the semester. Dates and times are pending. Have a good week, y'all.
Harm Reduction Committee. I presume so. I don't know if you got that or not. No.
Okay, it's been a big week. I met with Mark Silverman from the Collegiate Recovery Community earlier today. He is getting me into meetings with another local collegiate harm reduction organization, which I will be attending every month. I've gotten in contact with some people from UNMC, their harm reduction organization, and I am staying in contact with Amy from South Overdose, Nebraska. Big things coming soon.
All right, awesome. Advisor's report.
Keeping it sweet. Elections, April 1st to the 3rd. If anyone wants to connect, I'll stay in ushers.
All right, now good of the order. We're all going to do good of the order at the same time. Everyone speak up.
Right.
So we all say at the same time, one thing that we are one thing that makes you hopeful, one thing that fills your cup, one thing that you were looking forward to. We're all going to say this at the same time. In 3, 2, 1. Okay, awesome. Now I'm taking, okay, motion to adjourn. All right, motion to adjourn by Senator Harding. All right, all those in favor, please say aye. Any opposed? Adjourn. Under the legislative document. And then it's like instructions of that. Yeah, oh, thanks for your reminder. You don't need to do it right now, but it's like.
I'm not doing it.
All right,
Hey, I'll see you tomorrow on Tri-Faith.
I'll see.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So my hours are not. My time.
I know everyone's tired and busy. Please do not take the placards out. Put them in the bucket. That's how placards get lost.
Yeah, Kyra.
Yeah, Rosie, I'm gonna laminate your placards.
No, don't laminate it. She doesn't deserve it.
Oh,
whoa.
I'll laminate one basically.
That was a little bit too personal.
It's all right.
SGA.
I kind of do. It's actually great thing to do. And like, I didn't wanna have a couple about it.
Shut up, you asked me to grab. You got me to grab.